Mr. Chair, we're now live.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. This meeting of the General Government Committee is being held electronically and live streamed on the internet. Due to the COVID-19 emergency and requirements for physical distancing, no in-person attendance is permitted at this meeting. All regular practices and procedures of the committee continue to apply during this electronic meeting. If we encounter any technical difficulties, we may take a brief recess while they are being resolved. Thank you for your patience. We'll now proceed with the meeting. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling this meeting to order. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interests? Seeing there are none, we will now be moving on to adoption of minutes. We have the minutes. Sorry?
I was just moving it.
Can I finish reading? This is not a regional councillor meeting. It's the locals are involved, and we'd like a chance to move things along as well. So I'd like
to
read my notes, if that's okay with everyone.
Yes,
Thank you very much. And I may proceed. We are now moving on to the adoption of minutes. We have the minutes of the regular meeting of the October 13th, 2020. Are there any questions on the minutes? Seeing none, can I get a mover now to approve the minutes?
Crawford.
Moved by Regional Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, this motion carries. Now,
point of order, Chair. I believe we have to put it on the floor before we can ask questions. You just have to flip the order. You have to put it on the floor through a mover, and then you have to ask if there's any questions on the motion.
So I'm going to move on to the consent agenda. Is that okay?
No, that's fine. I just sorry. You just have to ask for it to be moved, and then ask for questions about it.
Okay.
Not for the consent items generally, but
not
for the minutes.
Items. Regional Councillor, can I proceed with chairing my meeting?
Absolutely. It was a point of order. That was it.
Okay, so I'll move on to the consent agenda. The following items have been pulled for discussion. 4.1 was pulled by Mayor Collier. I just want to go through all that was pulled. 4.2 was pulled also by Mayor Collier. 4.3 was pulled by Regional Councillor Marilyn Crawford and Mayor Collier. 4.4 pulled by Regional Councillor Marilyn Crawford and Mayor Collier. So we are now going to move on to item 4.1 on the consent agenda. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome.
Let me get back up to here. This was, as everybody recalls, let me just get to this thing, brought forward by Councillor Bauer at our June 15th meeting and referred back to staff for review by the diversity coordinator. And I just wanted to say, just speak to it quickly, and I don't mind moving the report at the same time, just that I'm glad that we did that, because looking at this now, and I absolutely thank Councillor Bauer for bringing it forward for review, because what we have in front of us now is, I think, a much more substantial and much more inclusive acknowledgement than what we'd had before. And with just the slight wording proposal changes from before, it wouldn't have got us to where this document is getting us today, which is I think, now that we've gone through that process and reached back out to the Indigenous community and got this information, something that I think will fill our requirements and something that we will be able to use for some time going forward, as I think it's all encompassing. So just wanted to just make that comment. I'm glad it came back, and I'm glad to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Regional Councillor Dyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to compliment Natasha Sharma, who's our new diversity and inclusion coordinator, for a really interesting report. Not only did it change the wording, but it went through each step of why. And it was fascinating, and a little bit of history here and there. And I just wanted to congratulate her on this report. And I'm very pleased to see this recommendation come forward. I think it's perfect. Well, maybe not everything's perfect, but it certainly meets the needs now. It acknowledges what the Indigenous people were looking for in this area, And I hope that they're happy with this. And I'm very pleased to support it. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Councillor Tyler Moran.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to Councillor Bauer. I want to say thanks to Natasha and Christy, everybody that put this together. I spoke to some people who live in Ajax that are from this community and got a thumbs up. So I'm glad that we did this, and good job, everyone. And I'm glad the mayor likes it. I'm glad everyone likes it. So good job. Thanks, Lisa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mayor Collier, you asked you wanted to move this?
If nobody else. has
Sorry,
moved it-
Chair, I do have comments. I don't know
Oh,
if
I'm
you
sorry.
see me or not.
I did not see your hand. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you, Chair. Yes, you're welcome, everybody. But also I'd like to say, Natasha. I don't know if you're on the line right now.
I am
but
on the line.
Hey, listen,
the
I would
chair.
like to say thank you. I'd like to say, there's that saying that you only have one chance to make a great first impression. And this, I believe, was your first report for us, your first project for us. And I think you did an outstanding job. So I want to say thank you. I think it's very meaningful, very fulsome. I did have just a couple of questions for you about the report. So I did want to say I'm really glad. Thank you for keeping the mention of mistakes and traumas of the past. I thought that was really, really important, as I mentioned at our June 15th meeting. So I'm glad that that's there. And I'm really glad to see mention of treaties, especially, with some things that are happening in our country down east, for example, where there's that recognition of the observance and enforcement of treaties and other agreements. I believe that's Article 37 of the United Nations report, and also in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. So what I did want to ask you is, I think we talked a little bit about this, and you mentioned that there was some feelings in the community, or I guess in the Indigenous community, about maybe we weren't hitting the mark, and there was some relationship building to do. So I just wanted to ask what your thoughts were on that. And also, did you give the opportunity for the community that you reached out to those folks to review this land acknowledgement?
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Bauer. To answer your question, I have given the opportunity, actually, to further explain it to everyone, I was able to reach out to a few members from 3 nations, and they actually helped me write every sentence that was in there. So it was a matter of them on Zoom calls with me, on the telephone with me, and kind of a teleconference, and we were going through each line. So I can't take the full credit for everything that was written, because it was a lot of qualitative analysis and qualitative research, but this was written with 3 representatives from 3 different nations, Indigenous nations. And with regards to the language that was used in there, they just felt the need to, in order to grow deeper relationships, that actually creating the land acknowledgement on behalf of, as a representative from the town of Ajax, it was actually a relationship building moment. They were very grateful that I continuously asked them, is there anything else that you would like to add? And it's all about the approach when discussing these sensitive topics. And they felt very, very honored that a town of Ajax representative would reach out to them to discuss these, and they felt very included. And actually a few of them have actually quoted that they're looking forward to the continuous relationship building that we've started here. And this is a new chapter, a new start, and that's what they see through this land acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions before I move on? There's none. Again, Mayor Collier, you had requested in the beginning that you would like to move this. Are you moving this?
I'll move it
Okay.
unless Councillor Bauer wants to move it.
I was wondering if Councilor Bauer would like to move it.
Councillor Bauer would absolutely be honored and
That's what I thought. Yeah.
and proud to move this. Thank you for allowing me.
Good job, Councilor Bauer. So moved by Councilor Bauer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And this carries. Okay, now we'd like to move on to item 4.2, which was pulled by Mayor Collier. Mayor Collier, yours.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Ms. Valentin, who I assume is on the call. I want to talk a little bit about contingencies, because we've seen, depending on what the project is, it could be anywhere from a 5% to a 20% or somewhere in between as far as contingency. And I just wonder, because it appears that some of this money is from that. What percentage of projects, I wonder, just don't require the contingency? Through the chair.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier. The construction projects typically do have contingencies built into them because of the unknown that you may come across when you start digging or building. Typically, consulting projects don't have contingencies, but that being said, it depends on what they're consulting for. If it is for a construction project, then it's linked to that construction project. But I would say most of our construction projects do have contingencies that need to be built in.
I would say all, but my question is which ones of those, like, do we have a percentage of how many do not need to use the contingency? Who like, they all have it, but those that don't need it, that end up coming in on budget without the contingency, do we have any kind of gauge as to whether it's 50%, 10%, 80%?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, I don't have those specific numbers for you, but I would suggest projects such as purchasing of vehicles and such would not have contingencies built into them.
Right.
But most construction projects would.
Yeah, I'm talking specifically construction projects.
No, I don't have those particular figures, but I can try and to gather those up for you if you'd like.
Okay, and the other is, of those that use the contingency, I wonder how many use 100% or exceed. And the reason why and I know you won't have that number, but perhaps when you're looking at this, and I don't need exact, I just would like a fairly, a decent guesstimate on it. But the reason why I'm asking is one of the things that we're looking at through the FSP review is the spending caps. And by having these contingencies, I believe they are included in the spending cap. And if we're not actually using the contingencies, that does have some effect on our budgeting.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, what we do ask project managers when they are building an estimate for capital project is to include somewhat of a contingency. Now, those contingencies do vary based on where the projects are situated, whether there are potential land issues for construction projects. And typically, construction projects have had contingencies of 5 to 10%. We have seen some projects that do require 15% contingencies. What we try to do to ensure that the whole project fits within the budget is to ensure that there is some sort of contingency built into that. We don't want to be coming in over budget when we do run into issues on site. We don't want to have to stop the project. We need to make sure that it continues on. So we want to make sure that we are safeguarded in that respect. But you're right, there's a fine balance, because you don't want to overcommit projects that you could typically be using those fundings for other projects. It's a fine balance.
With regard to the spending caps, would it make sense to have wording after the FSP review that if we do still have spending caps, that these caps are not subject to contingency amounts?
Through the chair to Mayor Councillor, I wouldn't suggest that. I wouldn't recommend that. When we're looking at the spending caps, we should be taking the full value of the budget of the budgeted amount into consideration. We are finding that even though we have that 65% spending cap, that we are finding projects are still coming in over budget, so it will deplete that that buffer. So if we do not include the contingency in the spending cap, then we could potentially be utilizing, say, 80% of the revenues going in, but still may still have over budget projects, which would then deplete that remaining balance.
Okay. And I know you haven't been back here that long, but of the 29 capital projects that that closed, the amount transferred back to the reserve, and that's, I'm getting that directly from the conclusion section. Is this amount similar to that in prior years? I mean, is this an average, basically?
Through the chair to Mayor Councillor, I don't recall. It's been a while since I've been back, and it all depends on the projects that are coming forward and being closed at a particular time. So the town does do 2 closings per year. So it depends on the status of the projects moving forward. You know, some of the projects that are closed here have been open for a significant amount of time. So I mean, we're happy to take money back, obviously, and to be able to utilize that in our reserves. As far as the uncommitting, the over $3.6 million, that's due to cancel and rebudget. But as far as there's ups and downs on all of the reserves, there's some that are funding is going back and some that funding is required. So 300,000 going back to the reserves is not an unusual amount.
Okay, so that's not COVID related. This would be what we would normally see.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, moving on to the oops, hold on. Moving on to the attachment 1, the capital accounts closed under strategic initiatives. 1009111 municipal needs accommodation study, 175,000. I tried to look back at last year's project list, and again, I couldn't find this number, even though it's from 2019. So I couldn't look up the sheet on it, but I'm wondering, what is that? And since that is pretty much the biggest number, or one of the biggest numbers on our, other than the Horn Parquet, what that is and why that came up so much over, why we had to allocate so much more to that.
Could you please say the page number again?
It's on page 73 of the report, and it's 73 of the report is attachment 1, capital accounts closed as of August 31st. And it's the second one up from the bottom under strategic initiatives.
Thank you.
So through the chair, just for clarification, it's the municipal needs accommodation study?
Yes.
And I may require some assistance from the CAO on this one, or Ms. Cruciano. I'm not aware if this was an actual budgeted capital project or if it was as a result of a grant we received. So I know we did receive a grant for this.
Okay, because I couldn't find the sheet on it. That would explain.
I'm not sure if anyone can assist.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that was a capital project that was put through the budget, Mr. Mayor, and it was to look at accommodation as far as staffing accommodation within town hall, as well as other satellite facilities, as we're kind of bursting at the seams. So we thought, but we also believed that there was a lot of space within those buildings that if we reconfigured our offices and so on, that we could reharvest a lot of space and not have to spend any money on renting or building new real estate. And if you recall, we were in the midst, or had started this particular project, and then a grant became available, and I can't remember the name of the grant, but it was the, hoping Christy's on the line, maybe she can remember the name of the.
Was this, CO Baker, part of the, is this what started when we started when the province started the regional reviews?
Yes, through the chair, it's
Okay.
Christy. You are correct, Mayor.
And then they gave that grant funding. Okay,
Yes,
so.
it was to find efficiencies within your organization.
Okay, so the $95,034.50, is that the grant? amount?
Through the chair, I believe that is correct, yes.
We
Okay.
received, through Mr. Chair, we received 95,000. The original budget was 175,000. We received 95,000 grant.
Okay. I'm just trying to follow it. So that makes sense now. So really it didn't cost us 175. It really cost us 80 overall. Actually less than that, 157 minus the 95. So it cost us 62,000 instead of 175,000.
That's
Through the
correct.
chair, yeah, the expenditure was 157 in total. And
Right.
of that, 95,000 was a grant we received. So the balance would have been paid by the town.
Okay. Diane, I'd mentioned before about these numbers, like the 1009-111 number,
Yes.
and the difficulty trying to look back at the prior year's budget and match it up. Just wanted to point out this is another example of that. So
Through the chair, I will take that into consideration. Yes, I had identified it for the budget moving forward, but you're right. I should have also identified it on these reports.
okay, no problem. And just the mixed funding development charge reserve on page 74, there's the comm policy, Range Road, storm sewer, Lions. The mixed funding development charge reserve. I should know this, but I'm not clear on exactly that reserve and its uses.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier. So the development charges, any project that's growth related, we are allowed to use development charge funding, but there's a portion that for benefit to existing as statutory deductions that the town has to cover. And that is what this mixed funding. So these projects had mixed funding, so the development charges and development reserve or external recoveries. So there's multiple different funding sources for these projects.
Okay, that makes more sense now. Thank you for that clarification. Those are all the questions I have. And Chair, I don't mind moving the report if nobody else has. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there any other questions on this report from any members? Okay, so this will be moved by Mayor Collier. All those in favor? None opposed? This carries. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 4.3, which was pulled first by Regional Councillor Marilyn Crawford and secondly pulled by Mayor Collier. So Regional Councillor Crawford, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the chance to speak on this. I've been a local councillor for 10 years and a regional for 2. And in all that time, I have never received as many phone calls on a proposed bylaw than I have in the last 3 days. So emails, whatnot, on people that feel that this new bylaw is simply unfair. Unfair in that people who don't live on a sidewalk have an advantage as far as cars being able to park in their driveway. In cases where their front yards are not large enough to actually widen their driveway, as I do realize that that is a new provision that we've allowed to happen at no cost. Some people simply don't have yards that are large enough or have the space to be able to expand their driveway. I do understand why we are doing this. I also did mention to them that it has always been a bylaw that they're not allowed to hang out over their driveways. It's just never been proactively enforced. It's always been reactively enforced. I don't have an issue with it during the winter months. I believe that it's necessary in order for us to get our roads cleared properly. But I just wanted to say that I believe, and I don't actually, unless it's something that I didn't understand in the report, I believe Derek is on the line.
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor Crawford.
So I do realize that if you live on a side of a road with no sidewalk, there is still part of that driveway that is still part of the town's property, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
And we would not be, however, enforcing on that side of the road, would we?
Through the chair, we would be enforcing, the only ticket that wouldn't be enforced is the sidewalk complaint, but if vehicles are still hanging into the roadway, whether they have a sidewalk or not, we'd be enforcing it. If the vehicles are parked on the boulevard with their front tires on the town's grass portion, we would be enforcing on both sides.
Right. But it's unlikely that cars are going to be hanging out when they have the extra space to be able to park in their parking lot, correct? Or their driveway, correct?
Through the chair, our experience now in the subdivisions in the last 10 years, that even portions with without sidewalks are still hanging out into the travel portion of the roadway. And a clear representation of that is discussions with our operations department about plowing opportunities, about how hard it is for them to push against the curb, to push the snow onto the boulevard.
Okay. So part of me does agree with this bylaw change. However, it's come at a time where a lot of people are now working from home. It's come at a time where families, their children have lost their jobs and they've had to move back into their house, bringing all of the things that come with that, along with cars. It also comes at a time where most adult children, and I speak about my house as an experience, cannot afford to move out because of the cost of housing. So for me, I can't agree with this at this time. But that I just wanted to say that I've never had a bylaw cause such a reaction to the residents that I represent in 12 years. And that's the honest truth. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Crawford. Amir Collier, your turn.
Chair, and I'm taking a bit of a different approach to this, because I look at this as something that's coming in conjunction with other pieces, being the boulevard encroachment. Because when we started this term of council, I'm sure everybody recalls, we had approximately 250 matters pending before the courts and with our bylaw as far as action having to be taken. And I think that's what helped prompt this, as well as our boulevard encroachment bylaw that we recently approved, was the fact that, you know, more people are working from home, more kids are staying at home longer, people have multi-family homes, people have rental apartments in their basements, things like this. So I think it works in two, and I haven't had that many calls. I think I've had 5 or 6, and I copied all of council on an emailed response I sent to somebody that I think they had sent the questions to everybody. So I copied everybody on my answers. And I think there's also some misunderstanding about some of these things as well. Like in that one that I responded to yesterday, the gentleman thought that we were moving, instead of November 1st, proactive enforcement, moving it to October 1st, which wasn't even in the report. So I do support most of the things in here, because as far as, for instance, hanging out into the street or impeding the access across the sidewalk, those things are never okay. We've already given latitude in our bylaw, because right now you're not allowed to park on the apron, but we allow it because we recognize, but even by allowing it, we're creating hazards that are putting us as a municipality in a liability position. And I'll give an example. Even on my street, I come around the corner, I drive a pickup truck, there's a car that sticks out so far, and it's there all the time. And if somebody parks on the other side of the road, I cannot get through in a regular vehicle. So how is an emergency vehicle ever going to get through? And that's just one. And I'm not in Nottingham. Nottingham, the streets are even narrower, and it's even more of a problem. I used to live there, and quite honestly, Mr. Hannon is correct. Even streets that don't have sidewalks still have cars sticking out, some of them with their back tires actually right on the concrete ramp of the curb section. So I think we do need to deal with it regardless of the time change or whether it's proactive. The other thing, sorry, there was two other things we've done. The other one was the overnight parking permit. And the overnight parking permit as well gives that opportunity. Nothing is ever going to address people that just have too many cars, right? Nothing is ever going to address people that have just perhaps simply outgrown their homes. But having that allowable on-street parking permit as well helps give some relief for the people that just need temporary, and that works as well. So all these things I think work together, and together I think are going to help address. There's always going to be some people that you can't, and they're going to be upset with this, and that's unfortunately just, that's politics. You're never going to please anybody. But I just, to the boulevard encroachment, through the chair to Mr. Hannan, I just wonder how many people have, since we've passed that, taken advantage of our boulevard encroachment bylaw to create additional parking off street.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, it's probably a little bit still too early to call. We have to now make contact with each of the homeowners and discuss what they can and can't do in relation to the current violation that we have. Some of them may still be too close to a utility or a town tree, so it's going to be case by case, but it's definitely going to allow at least a few extra feet of relief to even the bare minimum of maybe people can get all 4 tires on the apron rather than just one set. So I think it will fix a lot of those issues. And I think the direction that planning is taken about looking at expanding the private property side as well to allow another 1.8 meter parking on the private property side. I think those two things will help residents find alternate parking on either their own private property or within the town's boulevard.
And the other option is also, most people, many people, I won't say most, but many people I've seen just don't use their garage for parking. They use it for storage. And, perhaps this will push people to use that for parking and not for storage, because that's a big issue as well. We are limited by the Planning Act to 2 parking spots, but if 1 parking spot is their storage locker, that's making a bad problem worse. Just to the comments, because one of the other comments in the letter that I responded to yesterday was that there wasn't enough public input opportunity. Can you tell me what we did as far as reaching out to engage the public? I know we had an IMO page, Mr. Hannan.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier. Yes, we had the IMO page. We have social media, Twitter and Facebook notifications going out. Typically when we're at a direction and when it comes to the traffic bylaw, it was something that we had to bring forward to council to have reviewed. We try to do an education process to let residents know, and we try to do pop-ups in our community centers and our libraries. But again, under the circumstances with COVID, that's very difficult. So we didn't have the opportunity to do that. But in all honesty, with these recommendations coming forward from staff, there would be very little feedback that would change the position of staff in relation to things like a 1.5 or 1.25 meter setback from a private driveway, our enforcement practices. These are recommendations that staff feel are appropriate to go back to meet the needs and everything that council has indicated over the last year of frustrations that they've had with our traffic bylaw, or the 3,500 parking complaints we take every year. It would be very little feedback that we would take that would change our recommendation when it comes to certain bylaws. We're not required, unless it's a licensing bylaw, to conduct public open meetings. But we did try to activate the IMO and utilize social media to try and get it out to as many people as we could.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And looking at the IMO and the few emails that you received, it appears, first of all, we got about 50 responses, which is pretty good. We've done a lot of other things where we don't get anywhere near 50 responses. So I would say the fact that we got 50 responses shows that there was quite a bit of public engagement. And of those, it appears they were about 50-50 in for or against. Was that accurate?
Through the chair, I believe that there maybe not 50-50, but there's clearly a large segment of the population that fully believe that traffic is an issue. The safeties of residents driving, pedestrians, kids going to school are all at concern. And we did receive a lot of positive feedback that it's about time the town took this direction.
Yeah, that was my understanding too. But it wasn't conclusive either way, but it was pretty balanced. I guess just my last comment is to do with and I've made this comment the last time we discussed our on-street parking permit, is if we don't have proactive enforcement, it kind of defeats the purpose of those people that follow the rules and go online and register their vehicle for a parking permit versus those that do not. And I think people need to be following the rules in this respect. This is a safety concern. This is a liability issue for the town. Those claims end up on the tax base, and it's just not somewhere we need to be. If we don't have proactive enforcement, what's the point of having the parking permit system? It just kind of defeats the purpose, because anybody can just park anyway. And this is a 7-day rotation, I believe was the thing I saw in there. So I think there's still a lot of, even if a car was parked constantly, it sounds like the maximum they're going to get hit for a ticket would be once a week, which is still a lot, but it's not like it's going to be every day. But I think we do owe it to those that do follow the rules to enforce this on a proactive basis. So I'm in support of this. I did have, like I said, a handful of residents reached out to me. All of them were to do with the cars sticking out into the street, which is not something that I can support under any, and I told them that as well, not something I can support in any way. So I will be supporting this, and I will move it if nobody else wants to move it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before I go back to Regional Councillor Crawford, I just saw Councillor Lee's hand go up, and I just want to make a list right now because it's kind of difficult to see. So I have Regional Councillor Crawford, you'll go after everyone else is done to come. Is that okay? So I have just 1 second. I just want to make a note first. Regional Councillor Lee, and then I have Councillor Bauer, and then I have Councillor Tyler Moran. All right, did I cover everyone? Okay, good. Now, Regional Councillor Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to staff, and Mr. Hannan, what would the drawback be? Because ultimately, we're still going to enforce during plow season. That's regardless. I mean, if we were to push this to next year, under the assumption that right now, because of COVID, everyone is under extenuating circumstances. In fact, I even believe we said we're going to stop ticketing specifically because we anticipated all these students coming home and people working from home. And in most cases, not all, because I think some people have gone back to work, we'll say 75% cases, people are still working from home exclusively, right? So like kids I thought were going to university are actually here. What would staff's position be of moving this to at least next spring, where there's a possibility of a vaccine and just a more clearer understanding of, or a clearer runway of when to utilize this bylaw when a time of more normalcy, so to speak?
Through the chair to Councillor Lee, I think, so to push off the recommendations, but I'm assuming then it would be operating as status quo then?
Right.
The consequences would be that there would be a delay in trying to meet the needs of the new traffic bylaw. There's some issues within the bylaw that we believe really need to be addressed about the setbacks from private driveways, the setback from intersections. So ultimately, I think this report is written in two different sects. There's the traffic bylaw, and then there's enforcement practices. If council wants to direct staff to delay the changes in enforcement practices, that's council's direction. But ultimately, staff hope that the bylaw can still move forward to the new provisions that are required to deal with the safety aspects of how vehicles are being parked.
And I'm actually, I agree with the mayor on a lot of his points, like ultimately, and thank you, Mr. Hannan, for that response, because yeah, I mean, these are actually safety concerns. I've heard accusations of a money grab, and if you look at the report, it's not, right? So, and we absolutely have these safety things. So one more question before we go into that, possible deferral. Through the chair to staff, did we ever examine echoing what Toronto does, for example, in that providing there are certain streets in Ajax that actually have space for possible permanent permit parking, right? So I buy a 6-month permit and I'm actually allowed to park in designated areas. Has staff ever examined the possibility for that, or generally it's a non-starter?
Through the chair to Councillor Lee. So the town has done 2 studies through the traffic services section involving outside consultants to do 2 complete studies for what we refer to as a permanent parking permitting system.
Right.
So it took the consultant to do a huge study on our complaint trends, reviewing our areas in town where we have high complaint areas, coming back with recommendations. I mean, where it becomes clouded is how many legal parking spaces are on a street, and how do you divide those legal parking strip permits between occasional use, permanent use, residents visiting, that type of thing. You know, when you look at encroaching onto driveways, it may look like a parking spot between 2 driveways, but there may not be enough room for a car to legally fit between there. So a consultant has to do in-depth reports. In both occasions, they came forward with a recommendation about what would be required from the town. And in both cases, council opted to not move forward with the permitting system, the permanent permitting system, as it can be difficult to institute and mandate.
And when was the last time that had gone to council? If you remember.
I'm going to guess it's probably the last time was probably 6 years ago, maybe 7.
I don't know if this is a change of times in the past 6 years, but it's something I would personally want to look into. But I think I'd possibly address that in a future council meeting. Can I guess clerk will have to help me out with this. The amendment, can I introduce an amendment to this that suggests that enforcement not begin until after, I hesitate to say after COVID because that's not quite what we're looking for. But, for example, right now, we're still using the emergency measures in our municipality. So when those are lifted, then enforcement can begin. So if we can get wording regarding that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Regional Councillor Lee. There is likely a path to defer the changes to the enforcement practices. I only hesitate to note that the final recommendation in number 3, point F, is to include the necessary expenditures and revenues to engage in this enforcement activity in the 2021 operating budget that'll be coming to council at the beginning of the new year. Engaging in these increased enforcement activities, namely the proactive enforcement, is going to require additional bylaw enforcement staff to perform that rotation. We could certainly delay when those changes begin, but we would need direction to include the necessary resources in the operating budget anyway in order to make it happen. Otherwise, it would be a deferral to the next budget year.
Right. Okay. So with that caveat, I'm okay to include that, like the finance portion, because ultimately I think we will get to a point where we need, like proactive enforcement, but just under the assumption that, realistically the circumstances, although have lightened in some cases, we are getting worse in Ontario, that I think it's fair to assume that a lot of circumstances in most households are the same as they were back in March. And it would just be an added burden to our residents to introduce this now at this point. So I would, do we need it up on the screen, or does council follow where I'm going with this?
Well, I have a question.
So if you move you're deferring, sorry, point of order, point of clarification. I never get these things right. Mr. Chair, are we looking to defer D and F as on the screen now?
Mr. Clerk, I believe that would cover it. No?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe 3F would proceed so that we would include the necessary resources in preparing the 2021 operating budget, but provisions A through E would start at a later date. So you might want to turn your mind to when those exactly would come into effect.
And so I wanted to tie it to when the town of Ajax as a municipality, in a sense, ends our emergency provisions. So like we have no MECG, like we're back to, unquote, a normal day to day as far as council is concerned, like as far as the municipality is concerned.
In that case, through you, Mr. Chair, I believe you would amend just the top point for number 3 to read something to the effect that bylaw services staff be directed to, as of the conclusion of the state of emergency in relation to COVID, engage in A through E, and we would proceed with F.
So that would be the amendment I'd like to put forth then, please.
Okay, I'd like to, the mayor would like to say something to this.
I
Mr.
also
Mayor?
have questions.
Yeah, I have everybody in order, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I had questions. I had my hand up.
Point
So
point
thank
of
you,
order,
Chair.
though, with the deferment, are we allowed to talk about any questions that we had before the deferral? Or so we're allowed to do that?
The new bylaw, I believe, allows us, Mr. Clerk.
I just want to make sure.
I think everybody will get their chance to speak.
This
Through
is
you,
not
Mr.
a
Chair,
deferral
just-
motion. This is just changing the wording.
Well, I think it's a deferral motion. It's moving everything to next year. Isn't that a deferral?
Well, that's the motion as a whole, right?
Then why are we talking? Okay,
Well, anyway,
can I
to
get
Mr.
clarification from either the chair or the clerk on whether we can ask questions?
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can provide a bit of clarification. So this
Please.
would be an amendment, because essentially by setting a start date that's later, council is still giving direction to do these things. It's just beginning at a later point in time. A deferral would be if items 3A through E were brought back to a future meeting for deliberation at that point. But from what I understand of Regional Councillor Lee's direction, it would be to approve these things to start at a later date, which would be an amendment, which would be the only topic for debate presently until the amendment is decided.
And my members can still ask their questions, correct, clerk?
On the amendment, yes.
On the amendment and not on the actual motion or on the actual item?
Once the amendment has been determined, discussion would return to the recommendations as a whole.
Okay, all right. So what's,
Can I go now?
yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Generally, without this motion in front of us today, Mr. Hannan, you would have started proactive enforcement 8-9 days ago. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, we have already started proactive enforcement as of November 1st.
Right. So, and would that proactive enforcement include the cars that stick out into the road?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, it would, as an active complaint, we would look at that and we would deal with anybody in an area that we were ticketing for at that point. But we wouldn't specifically be leaving town hall and pulling over every time we saw that.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to ask is by deferring like really we are already in the period where we're proactively enforcing. The only real changes that a deferral of start date of some of these would do would be the change to go from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. instead of 3 to 6. Question.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, we would, so the bylaw would change to 1 to 5, but we would stay within the 3 to 6 because that's the direction of council through our current enforcement practices.
But there is no on-street parking allowed at all at this time of year for snow removal. Is that not right?
Between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m.
Okay, only between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m.
And then during an active inclement weather, as soon as the plows hit the road, all vehicles must be off the road. And that's a new provision we brought in for council last year. That provision is still in the existing and the new bylaw.
And it was noted in the report that a large majority of the cars that are on the road at 1 a.m. are still on the road at 3 a.m. parked.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, that is our findings, is that vehicles that we come into contact with at 1 a.m. are still there at 5 a.m.
Right. So they're generally left on the road all night. They're they're probably going to be there all night.
Correct.
Okay. That was my understanding as
HR thing. Yeah. That one's fine. And so is that.
Christy. There you go. Yeah, this is going to be contentious regardless of whether we do it now or whether we do it next year. I'm not convinced. I actually think now people have realized that with COVID, working from home is a better way to do a lot of things. And I think we will still have, even after state of emergency has been lifted and we don't have any more MECG and delegated authority and anything else, I think we still will have a good portion of people still working from home, still attending things remotely. I certainly hope we do, because this has saved me personally a lot of time and effort, and allowed me to be much more productive actually in my day, not having to do all the traveling, as well as saving a lot of money for the taxpayers. So I think that will continue for a lot of people, and I really don't see that deferring this will have much change. What it will do is make our winter maintenance system more difficult. Would that be, is Mr. Meredith on the line? You there, Dave?
Well, yes, I am here. Sorry, I was trying to find my mute button. Sorry.
I knew you were there somewhere. Can you just speak to what effect this would have, delaying this to the winter maintenance program, Mr. Meredith?
Yeah, well, it clearly does sort of have an impact as it relates to winter control. Obviously, we started our season, we've started our patrols sort of as of November 1st, and our responses sort of anytime after mid-November. So it is clearly something that would impact our winter control operations.
Okay. Thank you for that. Those are my questions. I'm not going to support the amendment. I think this report, we tasked staff to go back and look at these. They've come back with recommendations that I think are pretty balanced, and will, along with the other two pieces of the other two bylaws that I referred to, being our on-street parking and our boulevard encroachment, I think those all together will have a lot of benefit, and this is part of that. And I think we can't do the others and just leave this. I think this is kind of an integral part of moving this whole package together. So I won't be supporting the amendment. I'll be supporting the report as is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Bauer, you wanted to speak to this amendment? You're muted.
Yes,
There you
thank
go.
you, Chair. Yes, I just had a couple of questions about this amendment. So the crux of the amendment means we delay recommendation number 3, except for 3F, until a later date when the MECG ceases to be needed. So I guess my two questions would be, do we have an estimated time frame when we think the MECG will dismantle? And also 3A through E, is that, if I understand it, what we're choosing is to either move forward with being proactive or to remain proactive in some areas and reactive in the others. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer. I don't know about the order, so I'll leave that to somebody else. In relation to the enforcement, you are correct. We would be still dealing with the proactive of the 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., the proactive of park during inclement weather, proactive parked in a no parking area. Those activities that we currently do today would continue.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, the other part of my question?
Please proceed.
I just was wondering if anybody could give an idea as to how much longer the MECG will be in place.
Can anyone answer that?
Through you,
I think CAO.
through you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Baker?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think it's difficult, especially in our current environment where we're seeing the infection rates continuing to rise, to be able to say how much longer we're going to need to be in this particular environment where we have the delegated authority by the mayor and myself remain, specifically related to decisions that have to be made about COVID. I think that's important for council to understand. It's only related to decisions that have to be made about service levels and so on that are related to COVID. But unfortunately, I can't give you a specific date, Councillor Bauer.
Fair enough. Thank you, CAO.
Thank you, CEO Baker. Is that it for you, Councillor Bauer?
On this amendment, yes, thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Councillor Tyler Moran.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I actually support moving this down the line a little bit. I mean, we've laid off staff, we've frozen salary, we've deferred property tax, and the CAO just spoke about, our current environment. There's a lot of good things in this report, Mr. Hannan, to you and your staff. We've needed this. It's literally a handbook, and everything I read in there, we've had to, we've dealt with, in our ward, in Ward 1. So it's a great report. There's lots in it. But I don't know if tightening the drum right now, like when we would look at you set fines increasing by 67%, 50%, 20%, 33%. We all know people that are struggling right now, and it's just a different time. So I don't think that when kids are home from university, when people are working from home, God forbid they're laid off and they're home, I just don't think it's the right time. It could be the right time in 100 days. Could be the right time in 6 months. But so I think if I was in the meeting before this, I would have said, this is great. Let's not do it right now, though, because we're in the middle of a pandemic. I mean, I just don't think the timing is right. But good report, a lot of good things in it. So talk about that. But on the amendment, yes, I would support moving it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Regional Councillor Crawford, did you want to speak on the amendment?
I did, but Councillor Dice had her hand up. Did you want to let her go before me?
I am so sorry, I did not see. I apologize.
That's okay, no problem.
Councillor Dice?
No problem. I just wanted to speak to the amendment that I think it's only fair during these really uncertain times that we do put that off a little bit. We're not going to forego our responsibilities and being proactive with people who break the rules. I think that's still in place. But it's very, very uncertain times and people really are struggling. And we really don't know at the end of the day how all this is going to change things and how life will become in the future. And I think we have to be a little bit more patient. So I will support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Regional Councillor Crawford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that that I agree with the amendment. I agree that it should be pushed off a little bit longer. I would actually like to see a time frame, but I understand that that's probably harder to give us at this point. I think it does allow for people to, as the mayor said, clean out the garage, perhaps, see if they can get a car in the garage. I know in my house, I can't get any of the vehicles that are in my driveway into my garage. It's an older house, and the way the garage is designed, they don't fit, and I don't drive a big car. So some people, regardless of what they do with their garage, they're not going to get a car in there. So I think they have to figure out how they're going to be able to work with this. And I don't know what that looks like, but at least this gives them a little bit of time to figure it out. And hopefully students in university will be actually back in university and not online at that point. So I think this is a really good thing. I apologize to staff because I know you did a lot of work on it. It's an excellent report, as Councillor Tyler Moran said. And a year ago, I would have been the champion of a report like this. It's just it's a different world. I mean, I probably call Derek more than anybody on parking issues. So I'm sure he must think I'm a bit of a hypocrite, but I do have to appreciate where we all are in the world right now, and not knowing that. So I know I'm just repeating everything else, but I wanted to thank Councillor Lee for Regional Councillor Lee for bringing the amendment forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Has everyone brought their comments? I'd just like to make a few remarks myself. My only issue with this amendment is that since we came on a council, we've been having severe issues with parking during winter. And this is November 9th. When the snow starts falling, as a local councillor, I get inundated with calls for snow removal because people are not parking properly. And one thing I've learned from Regional Councillor Lee is, like, at all of our Ward 2 meetings, he would always tell people, empty your garage, use your garage to park your cars. And I agree with that, and I support that. I don't want to delay this amendment again because it is very difficult for us in the winter. As a local councillor, I feel the brunt of those calls. And this is a lot. We've been asking for this report for 2 years, and we finally have it. And I would love to see this move forward. So this is, I love what Councillor Lee, Regional Councillor Lee is saying, but I also understand that this falls on us as the local councillor, on our shoulders, when the snow falls and people are not parking responsibly. So this is my only issue with supporting the amendment. So because of this, I won't support the amendment. Thank you. Should we vote on this amendment now and continue on with this, or after we vote on the amendment, it's off the table?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if there's no further questions, you would vote on the amendment. If you'll permit me to put my director hat on instead of my clerk hat for a moment. Just thinking on behalf of our treasurer here, budgeting for these new positions in light of whenever the emergency declaration ceases would be very difficult to figure how much we would need and when those new positions would start. And if the mover of the amendment would be amenable to a suggestion, I might suggest perhaps that the amendment be revised to start as of April 1st, when our winter patrol season ends, so that buffer time still exists and we can properly plan and budget for these enforcement practices coming into change. I can't predict that would be when the emergency declaration would cease, but it would provide us with a much more definitive timeline for when these changes would come in and allow us to budget for it effectively.
Through the chair to the clerk, would it be like June 1st? Theoretically, like, university is kind of our catalyst for this, right? And June 1st, these university students in theory would be back anyways. So that'd be a uniform time that every household, it should be notified if it's COVID or non-COVID by June. Would that, I guess maybe this to finance, would that work too for, like, planning out numbers? If it was June as opposed to April 1st. April 1st, just realistically, kids are, I don't imagine they'll be back to school, but by June 1st, they would be back from at the end of school anyways. That's when the university and college term ends.
If I may, through the chair, it's Diane, the treasurer. I just need some clarification on when you would like us to budget for it. So right. I need a timeline. So June, April, September, as long as I have some direction, then I can budget for it appropriately. That's all I'm.
And then through the chair, thank you. Through the chair to the clerk, we could always bring this back for reconsideration if, I mean, the worst case scenario happens. COVID is actually like, we had a full lockdown again. As a council, we can always bring this back to reconsideration before June 1st, hypothetically, to discuss, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay. So knowing that, then I'd like to, I'll take April 1st as the date as suggested by the clerk, and to council, if by March we realize like there's been no discernible change to our circumstance, we can always bring this back and change that date again if need be at that point. So that's why I'm picking, I think April 1st is a good date.
If I may, through the chair, it's Diane again. Just for clarity, we would then, if you're giving direction for April, we would put in the budget the start of April.
Right. No, you're right. Sorry, this is just, I'm trying to work this out of my head. Okay, let's stick with June then. June is when the university students will be back, and I'll go with my original logic. So June 1st, final answer for my amendment.
All right, can we move forward? Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. And this is just getting, I mean, we're budgeting, we're entering into a time, a budget season that is going to be very, 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 very difficult. And we're talking about adding, I think it was 5 new staff, but we're going to add them at a time where parking really doesn't matter. Parking's not the problem in the summer. Parking's the problem in the winter. But we're taking that off the table. So now we need, and Chair, you hit the nail right on the head. I mean, this is when we get the calls. This is when we have the issues. This is one of those things, I think there's really no good time. But moving it to the summer, now we're spending money on something we really don't need to be spending money on at that time. It's, you know, how do you, it's hard to, it's easy to argue the need to enforce parking and not have on-street parking in the winter. That's a no-brainer. That's easy. Snow removal. It's a lot more difficult in the summer. I'm not sure if we're going to kick it down the field that far. I mean, why not make it November 1st? Because really, I don't think we're doing anything at that point. I think we've got staff to do a lot of work. I think they've done a great job. I think they brought us 3 pieces of bylaw that all work together and make sense. And now we're turning around and saying no because of COVID. COVID could last another 2-3 years for all we know. So, you know, we're either going to do this or we're not going to do it. But I think it's kind of disingenuous to send staff out to do something and then turn around when they come back and say, oh yeah, no, we're not going to, or try and pick and choose. Because now look at the complications we're coming in. We're trying to time something that we have no way of timing, based on kids coming back from school. I've got 2 kids in post-secondary and they're both attending from home. They're not at school. They're attending remotely. So I don't know about anybody else, but I really don't think that trying to throw a dart at a dartboard and choose a date is going to really help us solve this problem or move this file ahead, which is why I don't support the amendment. I think we need to make a decision. That's what we're here for. That's what we're elected for. Make a decision, not be lobbied over, you know, the people that I just actually got another email from somebody during this meeting about the car sticking out in the road. Well, that's never allowed anyway, ever. So, I mean, we got to get serious about this or not. But I think moving this and trying to fund it, and maybe we'll bring it back and revisit it later, is not the way to do this. Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome. Regional Councillor Crawford.
So I apologize to staff if this sounds disingenuous, because that is certainly not the what I wanted staff to feel with. What I am doing is listening to residents. What I am doing is representing people that voted me into office, not meaning to be disingenuous to the work that staff has done in the least. In fact, I did do some homework, and I asked Mr. Hannon, you know, what would he need in his staffing? He needs 5 additional part-time staff. And when we talked, he said he believed that there would be 0 budget impact. So I believe that maybe could I ask the question to the treasurer? We put placeholders in our budget all the time. We don't necessarily use them and they carry on to the next year. Why can't you put a place mark in the budget this year? And if it's not used, it carries on to the next year. What would be the big impact to 5 part-time people in the budget if we did that this year?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford. So the wages and benefits identified in the FI section is about 218,000. We already know we're going to have a challenge with this year's budget. That's this direct increase to the budget.
Again, my question would be, what if you were to put a placeholder in for this year, and that way it would carry on for the next budget?
So through the chair, there's not really a placeholder. You're putting it in as a budget item. So it would be an increase year over year to the budget, which we can do, but with just an impact that it is an increase to the year over year budget.
Marilyn, you're muted.
Well, all I'm saying is that, I do apologize to staff if they felt that I was disingenuous in any way. I do believe that for winter traffic control, there isn't a single councillor that is sitting on this council that hasn't had a complaint about winter clearing. So whether you're local, whether you're regional, you get the same complaints. We are representing Ajax. I know exactly what it's like. I've been a local councillor for 10 years. I just feel that at this point, I've had enough feedback from residents in my ward that I think that we need to move this out to June, whatever the date is, so that people get a chance to do some whatever adjustments they need to do in their lives.
Thank you very much. That should be everybody. Is everybody done with the remarks and comments? It seems so. Should we get the amendment on the floor so we vote on it, Mr. Clerk?
On the floor.
I'm sorry, Chair. I did have a couple of other questions regarding the report itself. Should I wait until after this amendment is voted on to ask them?
Let's get over the amendment first. And I'd like to read it first.
Sure.
Okay, and then we will vote on it. Is that clear with everyone so far? Okay, thank you. An amendment moved by Regional Councillor Sterling Lee, that recommendation 3 be amended to read as follows. That bylaw services staff be directed to beginning of June 1, 2021. And is there more that I should be reading here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, the remaining provisions would remain the same within recommendation 3. The new language would be the bolded text.
Okay. That's the bolded text, correct. Okay. So all those in favor of this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And those opposed? Be 2. The motion, the amendment carries. Favor of Regional Councillor Sterling Lee. Okay, thank you. So we will carry on. The other person
Excuse me, I still have the floor, but
you
that's
still
okay.
have the floor. I apologize.
No. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. So what I was talking about the previous consultant reports that Mr. Han was saying, the last one we got was 6 years ago. We would still have that information available. Is it possible to just send council a copy of that? You don't need like a motion. This is not direction. This is just like, we already have the report. Can we get that to council just so we can kind of see the conclusions the consultants had?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we can circulate that information to council.
Great, because I definitely think there's an opportunity there not to be discussed today. So thank you, staff, and thank you, Chair.
You are welcome. Councillor Bauer. You're muted. Oh,
Thank you, Chair. Yep, it just takes me that long to find the button and click on it. Yes, thank you for this very thorough report. It's a lot to take in for sure, but I had a couple questions. One of them was regarding the change, the increase in a couple of the setbacks. I think it was from 1 to 1.25 meters and 10 to 15 meters for certain areas. Is there an estimate for roughly how many, I guess, parking spaces are, like, what is the decrease for the on-street parking as a result of these increased setbacks?
Chair to Councillor Bauer, I don't know what the decrease would be. There would definitely be setbacks, but understanding the majority of vehicles that you see parked at a street and near a driveway are probably the owners of those vehicles encroaching on their own driveways. This is why we only enforce that as a complaint basis. The complaints that we're receiving, as an example at Lakeside with the narrower streets, sitting at a 1 meter setback is creating major issues of people making turns into their driveways with the turning radius that's required at 1 meter, or backing out of the driveway with cars parked at either sides of the curbs. They're having a really difficult time. I don't think necessarily that another 1/4 meter is going to interfere with the amount of on-street parking, since most people encroach their own driveways. But it does open it up to make sure that people who live on bends or corners have the turning radius to safely get in and out of their own driveways.
Thank you. And I do agree with that. That is a safety concern. And the other question I had, I do agree with Regional Councillor Crawford's comments at the beginning of this discussion regarding some houses have sidewalks on their side of the street and some don't, and that sort of gives an advantage for a little bit of extra long driveways on the sides that don't have a sidewalk. And do we happen to know how many streets do we have where there's only sidewalk on one side?
Through the chair to Councilor Ballard, that's outside my, I wouldn't know that information. I would say our older subdivisions probably have one sidewalk per street. A lot of our newer subdivisions in the last 10 years have double sidewalks.
I can just speak to that. Typically, the historical standard has always been on our local roads, sidewalks on one side. So you'll see that in the vast majority of the town. Typically, your collectors and arterials are when you would have sidewalks on both sides. In areas, we do have some older areas in, the older parts of Pickering Village where we're adding sidewalks, such as Cameron and Sherwood, which we're doing this year. There's some areas in the Pickering Beach area where there's not sidewalks.
I'll just pick up where Dave left off. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, no, I just had some background noise, sorry. There was, like I said, there are certain communities and older neighborhoods that we do have areas where we don't have sidewalks that we are introducing. But like I say, for the most part, it's a standard requirement in the vast majority of local roads to have sidewalks on one side.
Okay, thank you. So am I understanding that, that there are more, how do I say this? I'm just looking for, does that mean half the residents that live in our town have the advantage of not having a sidewalk and not worrying about this, not being able to park their cars on the driveway, versus the other half of the town that does have that issue?
It'd be difficult to say on a percentage basis, but I would say I wouldn't be surprised if there's more than 50% of the town that has sidewalks on one side.
Yeah, and through the chair to Councillor Bauer, and further to the comments that Mr. Meredith made and Mr. Hannan with regards to the sidewalks, our process for the majority, probably within the last 8 to 10 years, has been to provide sidewalks on both sides of the street, whether they are in traditional subdivisions or condominiums. That's the process, that's the direction we've gone in the Planning and Development Services Department through our engineering criteria. But yeah, I would say the good portion of the municipality, and echo the comments that have already been made, a good portion of our municipality is sidewalks on one side of the street and the other side not having a sidewalk.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And I think the last one I have on my list is Regional Councillor Marilyn Crawford. And then I have some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered, with the new amended traffic warrant updates, we're looking to be using bollards more often, which automatically takes away parking on the streets. Am I correct?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford, yes. So around bollards, there is the requirement to establish a no parking zone to ensure that.
Is that 2 before and 2 after?
Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Crawford, 2 before, you mean 2 parking spaces?
Yeah.
The space required isn't a set space. It sometimes it is a single space. Sometimes that space falls within a driveway, and therefore there isn't a lost space. It's generally between 10 and 15 meters, just to ensure the safe maneuverability, but dependent on other characteristics, like if there's a driveway or other
fire hydrant or
whatever. Fire hydrant, bus stop, other uses along the corridor. It's not necessarily 2 spaces every time.
And I am correct in that most of the streets that we're going to be doing road calming on will start out with bollards as a first measure, right?
Through the chair to Regional Council Crawford, not necessarily. No, all options are looked at in in the assessment of a segment for traffic calming. Bollards represent a use that can be deployed quickly and is cost effective, but it's not necessarily the first deployment for every segment.
Yeah, I guess I only can speak to Ravenscroft because I think it's the only one that's really had them. And I've noticed that there's actually a significant amount of no parking on that street now that we have bollards on there. But thanks for your help. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Are all questions and comments done? Okay, I'd like to ask one question. I just want it simplified, please. Every time I speak to a member of council, I get a different interpretation of this. And Mr. Hannan, I don't know if you can explain to me and dumb it down as much as you can, because where you park in the lower part of your driveway, I want to know exactly what the rules are for us and whoever audience we have right now. Because what I understand since coming to Ajax, and I could be wrong, when you park your car on the lower part of your driveway by the sidewalk, your front tires should not be touching the sidewalk. It should be just at the edge, and your back tires should be within the concrete curb that belongs to the town. Please correct me if I'm wrong and give me the proper ruling for that bylaw, please, if you can.
Mr. Chair, the correct offense in relation to a sidewalk is parked on or over. So if the vehicle wheels are up to the sidewalk, but 2.5 meters of the front end of the car is over top of the sidewalk, covering it, involving pedestrians to have to walk around the vehicle to get across the municipal sidewalk, that is the offense. It's on or over. If the front end of the vehicle is overhanging our grass section of our boulevard, we would only look at the wheels in relation to the apron. It's okay to hang over the town's boulevard of grass, but it is not okay to hang over either the sidewalk or into the traveled portion of the road.
Okay, so depending on the length of the car, I would presume, right? If some cars or any car, 2.5 meters, what's that? That's a long spot. That's a big area you're talking about.
Half my height.
Just your height. Yeah. But that would cover the entire sidewalk, won't it?
Most vehicles would have to park parallel to the road in order to fit on the municipal apron. Parking perpendicular to the road is either going to involve the vehicle hanging out into the road or covering a large portion of the sidewalk, requiring staff to take action.
Good. So good. I'm glad that's clarified. So you got to park parallel to the road. Okay, good. I think we're all going to be on the same page moving forward. So anyways, thank you, everyone. That was a very detailed discussion, and I think we've moved forward a lot. I'd like to, anyways, who would like to move this report? I'd like a mover. And Regional Councillor Lee is moving this report. All those in favor of this report? 1, 2, 3, 4.
As amended, right? As amended?
As amended. Yeah. As amended. Mayor Collier, are you in favor of this report?
Yeah.
There you go. And this carries, none opposed, I see. So we will move forward. This carries. Thank you very much. Now, we will move forward to item 4.4. Again, this was pulled first by Regional Councillor Crawford and then pulled by Mayor Collier. So Regional Councillor Crawford, you can comment on 4.4, please. The floor is yours. You're muted.
Okay, I have one question about road rationalization. The section of Church Street, south of the highway, it has always been part of the region's responsibility, correct? I'm curious, I've heard rumblings that this is now owned by Pickering or is responsible by Pickering. Can someone clarify if that has happened?
What I can, so it's Director Dave Meredith, just in response. So Church Street, south of Highway 401 down to Bailey Street, is considered a regional road. Now, we do have a boundary road agreement between Ajax and Pickering. Currently, the town of Ajax is responsible for the maintenance of that section of road for winter control purposes, pothole repairs, those types of things. Through the Durham Live discussions, it's my understanding that there is a time frame or a trigger for when that section of Church Street would be conveyed or transferred to the city of Pickering. And that's something that would happen at a future date. So sort of all parties have been involved from different responsibility perspective, but the ultimate plan is for the region to convey it to the city of Pickering.
So we just don't have a time frame on that yet.
It's tied in, and either Mr. Romanowski or Mr. Grieve can speak to the timing and the phase of development with Durham Live as to when that transfer would take place. I don't have that information.
And up until that point, we'll be clearing the snow and fixing the potholes, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, I think that was part of the conversation we wanted to have with the city of Pickering before, you know, sort of the opening of the casino or what have you, that with the volume of traffic and the requirements and the risk management side of things, we would like to transfer that responsibility to the city of Pickering sooner than later.
Yes.
But that's something that there'll need to be a further conversation between the two parties.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Meredith, and I'm glad to see this coming forward. I did ask at Regional Council, I think to Works September meeting, about this specifically and where we were on it. What is the time frame for the transfer of Roslyn Road, please, and the Westney Road section?
The framework for the agreement, we've had multiple agreements at a staff level. And as referenced in the report, we're speaking about it being a milestone-based approach. So we do have within our budgets beginning in 2021, the construction of the segment of Roslyn Road between Church Street and Westney Road. And conceptually, the discussions that we've had at a regional staff level would be that the transfer would take place at the substantial completion date of that segment of road, which would be probably some point in time in 2022.
So what is the amount that we have budgeted for that?
Oh, we're in the $8 to $10 million range as it relates to that section of Roslyn Road.
And so far we've spent somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think, 30 million getting over to Church Street from Riverside. Is that close?
I'd have to confirm that budget number. It sounds high to me, but I would have to confirm the investment already made.
Okay. I know it's at least 20. Maybe that includes the 8 to 10 for the next section. But ultimately, we're at least 30 million on the works we've done so far or are going to do by 2021 on Roslyn. Is that fair?
That could be in the ballpark. And sort of the plan would be, and the discussions with the region is that they would take on not only the construction, but any land acquisition or utility relocation that's required for everything east of Westney Road over to Durham 23.
Okay, so just to understand, this conveyance, I guess, of Roslyn from the town to the region is contingent on us finishing up to Westney. We can't get out of spending that 8 to 10 million.
Yeah, the commitments that we've made are that we would complete that component of Roslyn Road being Westney Road. Yes.
Yeah. Well, okay. I was hoping we could find some savings there because, you know, all the way across the region, the rest of the way, it is a regional road, and this serves every purpose of a regional road and should always have been a regional road, and we should not have incurred that 30 million, in my humble opinion, but that is done at this point. I would like to see that done as quickly as possible because, again, getting the region to get that into the funding now and getting that moving forward across, especially with the development of Amazon and our Salem Business Park, is very important. So I just hope that this won't delay things at all, because I think we have those sections in our capital project as well. Is there wording in the transfer agreement that makes sure that the region will follow that same timeline that we have established for Roslyn Road widening across to Lake Ridge?
Well, currently, at this point in time, we don't have the construction of Roslyn Road east of Westney Road in our long-range capital forecast. The only component that we do have is the completion of the EA, and that is something that's in process right now. But there's no time frame within our current long-range forecast for the construction east of Westney Road. We'd have to then refer to our DC background study that estimates the time frame, but you're getting into the 6 to 10 year time frame.
Well, you know what? I just don't want to see it delayed, and I'll use Westney Road North as the poster child. That was supposed to have been done, I believe, in 2010. I remember knocking on doors in 2010, and Councillor Crawford probably remembers this too. And people asking about when's Westney going to be widened, and I think at that time it was 2012. Well, then in 2014 election, I was being asked the same questions, and then 2018 election being asked the same questions. And that road just kept getting punted down the schedule further and further. So is there a way, I guess, for us to get some kind of timetable put in place for Roslyn Connect Across? Especially given the expansion, like the Amazon development and the medallion proposal coming forward.
So a couple of things. I know through our planning department, they've been working with Amazon for that section of Roslyn Road from Salem Road to east of the Crothers Creek Bridge structure. So I know there's in all likelihood a component of the widening that will be required in the next year in advance of the opening of Amazon. So I believe that component is being looked at. I think what the region would say, we can try and put a time frame for the widening of the balance of Roslyn Road, but I'm sure similar to what we would say is they can't commit because everything's subject to future regional council approval. So it's going to be difficult for them to commit to a time frame.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Okay, I have a question, but I want to make sure all the members have had their comments. I have Regional Councillor Lee first, and then Regional Councillor Crawford next. Regional Councillor Lee, the floor is yours. You're muted.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to state this for the record of just like my biggest concern is very similar to what Mayor Collier was saying is I don't want a perfect storm of Amazon, medallion, and widening happening on Roslyn and Audley to Roslyn and Salem, like at the exact same time. Right now, you know, Amazon's building at a fantastic pace right now, but when the water truck sweeps the street, it definitely holds things back by 5-10 minutes, and that'll only be exponentially increased with the widening and with medallion. So, you know, Mr. Meredith, I've expressed my concerns to you personally, and this is just publicly as well. If we have any say in this whatsoever, if we can just make sure that there's no like few months where everything happens at once, because I can't even imagine like the Castle Fields development or across the street, Sundial, the amount of traffic our residents will have to deal with if that happens. So I just want to put that out there. So thank you, Chair.
And just in response, I think there's a couple of things. There will be, in all likelihood, some widening and some road improvements, as I mentioned, from Salem Road to east of the structure, probably occurring in 2021. And Mr. Romanowski may wish to speak to this as well, but I'm sure you're aware that there's a future medallion development on the north side of Roslyn Road east of the structure that will probably trigger the need for a further widening of Roslyn Road at some point in time in the future. And I'm sure that will be negotiated through the consideration of that development proposal. So yeah, I think it'll happen in a couple of phases at a couple of different times. And I'm not sure if Mr. Romanowski has anything to add into that.
Well, just through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee. Yeah, I mean, Director Meredith is absolutely right. There'll be a couple kind of steps along the way. Blackwood or Amazon is going to build their portion of Roslyn Road to as much as they're obligated to, and they're working with the region. We have a working group together to mitigate any issues that may come as a result of that development and ensuring that traffic flows working within that area, but also accommodating the needs of the developer. And likewise, as I guess, let's just call it Castle Fields Phase 6, which is the big swath of land on the north side of Roslyn between the creek and Audley. we will have those same discussions as we move forward through that process with Medallion and review their traffic studies. And the region's part of our Amazon discussions, so they're abreast with the consultants and et cetera to push this forward, and that would be the same case for Medallion in the future, if that helps.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lee, on bringing those comments and remarks on behalf of myself and the residents of Ward 2. We all do appreciate those comments. Thank you. Regional Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, my voice, most of the concerns that I have been voiced, but absolutely no one likes going through road construction. No one likes it. Everybody loves it when it's done. It's done and it's, complete. Everybody wants it. Nobody wants to live through it. And should Roslyn be with the region? 100%. My biggest concern with that, as Mayor Collier said, is that it wouldn't be the same priority as it would be if Ajax still had that. But again, the cost would be the region. It ends up being the cost to the resident at some point because it's all coming out of the same pocket. But then it ends up with their maintenance and responsibilities too. So just echoing what everyone else has said. Thank you.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Crawford. You actually partially answered the question I wanted to ask, but I will ask it anyways for the benefits of our viewers watching and our residents. Director Meredith, what exactly is the benefit of us, Ajax, transferring Westney Road and Roslyn Road to the region?
Well, I think that the benefit, and really it comes back to the basis of the discussions and the subject matter, which is road rationalization. So the benefit is really ensuring that the road network is transferred into the appropriate jurisdiction. In this case, I think we can all agree that Roslyn Road serves a regional purpose, obviously extending and connecting the region. So I think there's benefits as it relates to not only the widening and the time frame of it, but the long range and the long-term maintenance, the coordination with Durham Transit, the control of access on Roslyn Road. There's a number of things that follow with the jurisdictional transfer that make sense from a regional perspective. The Westney Road functions south of Bailey. It's really connecting sort of Ajax residents. So it's always been understood that those made sense. And in previous reports that we've brought before council over the last 10 years, this was always part of the framework, and the council has always been on board with sort of that transition and the timelines. There is the only component outside of this report that could be a future consideration would be the conveyance and transfer of Salem Road north of Taunton, if and when there ever is an intersection with the 407. So that's something we haven't broached at this point in time, but we've had initial discussions with the region that it would make sense so that the region ultimately would be connecting from the 401 to the 407 along the Salem Road spine. But until there's a 407 connection, we haven't really pushed that piece north of Taunton Road. So it's really just coming back to looking at really where it makes sense and what the jurisdictional responsibilities are. And that's what the recommendations are based on.
I was actually looking for financial benefits. If there's
Financial benefits. And I think we're going to go through, and at this point in time, there's just the authorization or the direction to advance the discussions. There'll still be a more informed report that will come to council before this is executed, which will have all the financials associated with it. So the cost for the future widening of Roslyn Road, plus the long-term maintenance costs of Westney Road south of Bailey Street, that will be captured because there's a financial component, obviously, that this council needs to be aware of before those transfers would be authorized. So this is just basically staff wanting to receive council's endorsement for us to proceed with these discussions, with the understanding that the financial aspects need to come back to council for approval.
Lost you, Dave. Where'd you go? Dave, you muted yourself.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Okay, there you go.
I will say, Councillor Chair, with widening comes sidewalks. and how badly we need them on Westney and Roslyn Road, right?
Oh, yes, we do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, and wonderful. All comments, questions done from our members? Yeah, everybody's good. The mayor has requested in writing that he would like to move this report. All those in favor? None opposed? This motion carries, moved by Mayor Collier. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for your details and your educated responses and questions to these reports. Now, we are moving on to discussions, the exciting part. 5.1, removal of crossing guard lunch shift, will be brought to us by Director Meredith and Supervisor Hines. The floor is yours.
Thank you. This report is really in response to the September report that was presented to General Government Committee and the direction that was provided by members of council at that meeting. Essentially, the recommendation made at that time was referred back to staff. Staff were asked to really engage in a consultation and a data collection process. So since that meeting in September, there's been a number of things that have happened. There was an IMO questionnaire that was on the town's website, and we had 81 respondents, and their responses are summarized within the report. Staff also had the opportunity to meet with the school board trustees and have a good conversation as it relates to the program and where staff were going with the recommendations and the basis for that. And the other component was staff completing counts at each of our crossing guard locations at lunchtime on at least 2 occasions, which is what we've done. And within the report, you can see we've captured the number of student crossings at lunchtime at each of our 57 locations and broken them down to where there was less than 5, between 5 and 10, 10 and 15, and greater. So hopefully the report provides the information that council was looking for and will allow for you to debate and discuss and provide direction. Based on the information that we received from the public from our data collection, we did revisit our original recommendation and have made modifications. As you can see within the report, basically anything where we have over 5 students crossing at lunchtime, we're recommending that the lunchtime crossings be continued. Where it's 0 to 5, we sort of took a balanced approach where we also looked at the road network as well, like in terms of whether they're collector and arterial roads and the traffic side of things, which is why there is a bit of a blend there. So at the end of the day, the staff recommendation is a reduction of 23 lunchtime crossing locations. And I believe the details are in the report for your information. So that's really it as far as staff's presentation and feedback goes at this point in time.
Thank you very much. Anything from Supervisor Hines, or this is the full report?
This is the full report, yes, and all the details as Director Meredith has presented, they're all in here for you to review.
Thank you. Councillor RTM.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the report. It's always good to get perspective and to look at the numbers, and that's one of the greatest things about the job. For me, this is pretty simple. I don't want any school guards removed at any points of the day. What do they say? School crossing guards is an essential component to ensure students are safe going to and from school at all times. There's really not a number. If there's one child, there has to be a crossing guard there. I do appreciate the other side where there's tax implications, or sorry, financial implications, which ultimately, falls on the taxpayer, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't want to minimize the amount of money we could save either, because that's all relevant to me. I want to be responsible, but on this one, it's pretty simple. I don't want to see any school guards removed at any point. I guess it's morning, noon, and dismissal. And I would like them in, please and thank you at all times. Thank you for the report, Mr. Meredith. Thank you, Chair.
Point taken, Councillor Tyler Morin. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Just through you to Mr. Meredith or Ms. Hines. I'm glad we got this information because now we can truly see what is going on here. Now, again, these are numbers based on now during COVID times. What happens when, if we support staff's recommendations today, what happens when we're no longer in COVID times and all kids are back at school? Will we revisit this?
I think that's part of the intent in the discussions we've had at a staff level. We understand that the numbers are based on the times that we are experiencing right now. I think there's a commitment at a staff level, and we've indicated this when we met with the school trustees as well, is come hopefully next September when school reconvenes and it's a normal year, are we committed to doing the recounts and the potential revisiting this? Absolutely. So I think that's just part of our due diligence on any service that we deliver, is understanding this is an exceptional period, that it's something that we would look to revisit sort of come the next school year.
Okay, and given that you're in communication with the school boards, have they seen these numbers now that we've gone out and done the counts? And if they have, what's their response?
My understanding is that they have seen the response. They have seen the numbers. I think they have issued a letter indicating that their suggestion and recommendation is that we not reduce any school crossing guards and not remove any school crossing guards from the program. But I think they recognize sort of the town's position and comments, and I just don't think it's something that they're going to endorse.
Okay, I just wondered what their feedback was. I mean, I'm not responsible to the school boards. I'm responsible to the residents of Ajax. So we have to look at it just like they look at their budget when they made a decision to go with yellow school buses over regular transit. We have to look at our business and make a decision as well based on the data. And the data here, I think, shows, I mean, some of these didn't have any crossings under certain age. But anyway, I would like to move an amendment, Chair, just out of bullet 3, that this item be revisited, as Mr. Meredith said, at this before the September 1st, 2021, and report back to council. Because we could be in a, and I'll just speak to it quickly, we could be at a very different place and time in a year. I hope we are at a very different place and time in a year. And if this passes today, I have no idea if it will or not. If this passes today, I think this, I'm looking at this as a temporary measure based on change of circumstances. And, you know, we have to pivot, and we can't be taking tax money and putting it somewhere where if it's not needed. So if staff have identified that right now this is not needed and that's a recommendation and this passes, if the situation changes, I think we absolutely have to revisit it. So Mr. Clerk, do you have that amendment down? Do you understand what I'm trying to do? What's that?
Mr. Chair, yes, I do have the amendment down. However, I want to note for all members that we don't currently have a mover of the main motion in order to have an amendment first.
I'll move the main motion and the amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to speak on the amendment and vote on the amendment first. What are we doing?
Yes, on the amendment, Chair.
Okay. Okay, the amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following clause. 3, that this item be revisited and staff report back to council on the matter before September 1, 2021. Before we vote on this, do we speak to it first? Okay, Regional Councillor Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly with Mayor Collier. I understand the optics is just like, oh my goodness, you know, like, what about the children? And it's not that, I don't want anybody to think that we don't, the priority is not looking after our children. In fact, that's why we introduced this deferral to have staff have a really holistic look at the numbers. And, it's, there's some parents who cross with their kids. It's not like we have some 5-year-old crossing the street by themselves. In a lot of cases, I know parents pick up their kids for lunch, bring them home for lunch, bring them back. It's just lunchtime service. And it's just the areas that have not even 5. And I think that's a very fair requirement to remove those crossing guards. And I'm glad the amendments, speaking on the amendment, excuse me, it's important that we're going to revisit this based on the updated numbers of COVID. Right now we're in flux, but right now there is an opportunity to ensure that we're operating at our, peak efficiency. And this amendment speaks to that and speaks to the fact that we will revisit this if need be. So wholeheartedly support the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Did I miss anyone? Marilyn, I did miss Marilyn. Regional Councillor Crawford, please. And after that will be Regional Councillor Dice, but Regional Councillor Crawford, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be supporting this amendment. We in Ward 1 had a child that was hit by a car while crossing at a controlled stoplight crossing, actually, where the crossing guard was supposed to be and wasn't there. Broke his leg. So, regardless of the time of the day, I think an extra set of eyes on the road is never a bad thing. I think that it's comfort to parents to have those extra eyes on the road for $45,000 a year. And so I won't be supporting this amendment.
Point taken. Thank you very much. Regional Councillor Dice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too will not be supporting this amendment. I'm really not comfortable with this. I don't care if it's one child, 2, 5, 20, the way people drive these days, I'm very nervous that these children will be crossing the road at any time, particularly the lunchtime. And they're not necessarily young either. I mean, young as in, primary age. Some of them are a little older than that, but easily distracted. Children are with whatever, their phones or their headphones. I think that I very much value what the crossing guards do, and it's a darn sight less expensive than putting a camera in there. So I can't really support this. I don't agree with removing the crossing guards at lunchtime at this point in time, because so many children are at home doing virtual learning. The numbers are going to change. Things will fluctuate. We don't know when. Again, we just have to be patient. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments and questions before I make mine? Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to add my comments. I echo Regional Councillor Dice, Regional Councillor Crawford, Councillor Tyler Warren. We're talking about children. There might be
Point of
0
order, Chair.
to
This is
5.
on the amendment, which is just adding item 3. This is not on the main motion.
Oh, okay. Sorry. You know what? I knew that and I started talking. So no, I will not be supporting the amendment.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, it's my turn. I made it, I think, quite clear at the last meeting. I think it was the September meeting, that it was difficult for me to swallow this and having our children at risk. And it's also the children, it's also the other residents of Ajax.
Excuse me, point of order, Chair. This is on adding item 3 that staff revisit, not on the main motion.
Yes. So to my point, I will not be supporting the amendment as well, because I still stick to what I've said earlier. So the amendment, we will vote on it, I presume. All those in favor of the amendment? 1, 2. Those opposed? 5 opposed. The motion fails.
Amendment.
The amendment fails. Thank you very much. And now we can go back to the actual report. Was there any other comments on the report? Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I did have a couple of questions about this report. I'm glad to see that town staff went back and had some discussions with the school board and did a fulsome review. Thank you. I just had questions about the survey itself, or the polling itself. Did you poll the kids themselves as they were crossing, what grade they were in, or how did you get that information?
I'll let Supervisor Hines sort of respond to the methodology. And to answer your question, no, we did not poll or sort of ask individuals their age. Some of it was an estimate, sort of based on individuals' ages when they're crossing the street. So would err on the side of caution and would have put an individual or a child in a lower sort of age bracket when completing that sort of survey or analysis. But I'll let Ms. Hines respond as well.
Yes. Through the chair. We followed the same methodology that we have in the past when we were doing our school zone review. They do it visually, and as Director Meredith was discussing, it's based on a visual approximation of the child's age. If that child looks to be in and around the age range, or it's not determined whether they're grade 5, 6, 7, they always estimate lower, and we did the same. We would estimate that child to be in the younger age group and never in the older age group. That's how we conducted those. But we did not poll each child themselves.
Okay, thank you. And I think the report said that there were 2 occasions that staff went out to these crossings to take these polls. Why 2? And what days of the week were they? Because depending on the days of the week, there are some days where there would be more activity of kids going home for lunch than versus other days.
You are correct, Councillor Bauer. Is a sample size of 2, going to give you a definitive sample size, and in terms of its validity? You could argue that it does not, but sort of within the timeframes that we were working of getting a report back to the November GGC meeting and the resources we have available to deliver the counts, we were able to do 2. Ideally, would we do more? If you're going to do a proper sample size, different days of the week, different months of the year, you could complete this analysis over a whole school year, because there could be seasonal changes as well. So by no means are we saying that this is a fulsome analysis. You would really need to, if you were, sort of going to do it scientifically, you do it throughout an entire school year, so that you'd understand the seasonal peaks and demands and changes as well. So, if we did it in January in a cold winter day, would the numbers be the same? Would they be lower? Would they be higher? Then you've got climate factors of, did you do it on a rainy day versus a snowy day? So there's so many variables that could come into play, and we recognize that. So this was really just based on 2 points in time and providing that preliminary analysis to get a feel for the number of individuals crossing at certain locations.
Thank you for that. So now is the time where I will echo what Regional Councillor Dyes and Regional Councillor Crawford commented on, that I too don't feel comfortable, risking it on a JK to grade 5, or is it 4.5? I think if it was all zeros on all the columns, then maybe I would be more comfortable having this discussion. Speaking from personal experience, my kids went to school where they could walk home, and there were crossing guards there for lunch, and I felt very thankful and comfortable letting them do that because of those crossing guards. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer. Mayor Collier, and then Regional Councillor Crawford. Mayor Collier, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I just wonder, Mr. Meredith, can you speak to the incident that occurred that Councillor Crawford referred to, where the child was hit? Because I'm unclear the details on that.
I know in general, and again, Ms. Hines may be able to speak to it more specifically. I do know that it was at the end of the day. It was at Lincoln Alexander, which is a signalized intersection at Church Street. But I'll ask Ms. Hines to provide more of the background details.
Please, thank you.
Through the chair, so we don't have a ton of information because it's ongoing police investigation, but there was a child that was hit by a car. It was a hit and run at the school, a vehicle coming out of the parking lot, and the child was struck. They were crossing, it's unclear against the light or with the light at that particular crossing there, but it was at the end of the day. I think it was 3:10 or around that time frame that the child was hit. The crossing guard was not present at that time. That crossing guard was away. off ill and wasn't at their post. And that incident occurred.
Okay. That leads into my second question, which is, I understand now we are having difficulty getting crossing guards. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is. And although it's been more challenging this year, but it's not a new issue. This has been, as long as we've ever had crossing guards, sort of the recruitment and filling of positions is a constant challenge. So it's an ongoing sort of recruitment process that we have, that we engage through HR services. We do have rover guards. So those rovers, I believe there's 5 or 6 that have the ability to fill in for crossing guards if they are not in attendance in a particular day. But it is not uncommon to have 10 or 11 crossing guards who are unavailable on a certain day, whether it's sickness or what have you. And on top of that, it is just generally difficult to have candidates to even apply for these positions. So it is an ongoing challenge. And like I say, it's not specific to this year. It is historic and it's not uncommon in the municipal environment.
Okay. And I guess what I'm wondering and what my concern is given, and it's also a lot to do with the CERB and, you know, why go into work when you can, you know, there's a lot of different factors, but if we are going to have at any given time potentially 10 vacancies, how do we make, like, I would want to make sure that with or without this report, if this passed or not, that the high priority ones that we've now identified, those that have the most crossings are the first ones that we're going to make sure that we have staff at. Is that the procedure?
So there, and I'll let Ms. Hines elaborate further. So we would look to identify and prioritize certain locations, but at the same time, there are many crossing guards that don't have vehicles, right? There are many crossing guards that walk to work each and every day. So although it sounds, you know, straightforward to just move them from one location to another priority locations, the logistics around that are not as simple as they may first appear. But I will let Ms. Hines sort of respond to how that happens on a daily basis.
Through the chair, yes. So we do have a priority order in place. So we look at a number of items. We look at the type of roadway that the particular crossing serves. We look at vehicular traffic, pedestrian traffic, and we have prioritized them accordingly. We have a kind of 4-level priority system. So if there are vacancies that occur at any one location when our rovers are dispatched or even internal staff to cover locations, we always prioritize our top or busiest locations first and then deploy downward so that we're making sure that high impact or high risk areas are covered first.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess what you're saying, at any one time, there could be 8 to 10 vacancies per day. I guess that stands that even if we don't approve this report today, realistically, there's going to be several locations that not just at lunchtime, but morning, evening, that potentially won't have a guard anyway, just based on staffing.
That potential does exist based on vacancies and whether we're able to fill all of our spots.
Okay, well, no, it exists, but is that not a reality today, that at any given day, there's at least one or more spots in Ajax that aren't filled every day?
Currently, yes.
Right. So I'm just trying to demonstrate that this, you know, we've identified 35 locations, and most of them didn't meet that threshold of, I believe it was five crossings or more. Yet we're still going to maintain, even if this passes, just at lunchtime, like the full contingent will still be there morning and afternoon. But just at lunchtime, we're still going to maintain coverage at the 10 busiest ones. And I'm just looking here, Bailey and Bircher with 1 crossing, but there were 67 other, right? But I guess I'm just trying to demonstrate that we will still be covering a big chunk of them, even though they didn't meet the targets we set out. But regardless, there's a high probability that, you know, they're not going to have coverage anyway, with or without this motion. And you've said that's the case. I guess, yeah, I've asked that question already. Disregard. I guess I liken this to transit, and I'll use this analogy. We have a boarding of 6 boardings per hour. So if we have a route and we only have a finite amount of money and resources, obviously, same with the town, and we don't have 6 boardings per hour on a route, and we have to regularly analyze this, we look at reallocating those resources, because we can't be running empty buses. And I guess that I liken that to we can't be having crossing guards being paid to sit there and not having people crossing. It's sort of the same. And just to be responsible, and I'm not saying anybody's not responsible, but to me, to be accountable, I'll use that word instead, to the taxpayers, I think it's only in our mandate to look at this and look at ways to make the most efficient use of our tax dollars, especially recognizing the changes we've experienced with COVID. So I'm glad we've looked at this. I suspect it won't pass, but I think it is something that we needed to look at. And I do hope that we will look at it again next year as well, hopefully if situations change, and just see where we're at. Those are my questions and comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I look at we don't make decisions based on what the school board wants. And same as the school board doesn't make decisions and even let us know what's happening, i.e. bell time changes are a prime example of that. Church Street is a mess as it is, and yet both Pickering and Lincoln Alexander are dumped out onto the road at once at the end of the day. So we did not get any consultation. Well, I guess there was consultation to a certain point. We represent our constituents. Our constituents have children, and while there might be 0 children under a certain age at some locations for lunchtime, there are still some children that are over a certain age that are crossing. And to think that all children have the same cognitive ability is wrong. Not all children have the same attention span as other children. Not all children, and we would like to think that parents teach their children to look both ways when they're crossing the road. And I believe that all parents do that, but do children do that? Probably not all the time. So I think that an extra set of eyes, regardless of the age of the child, is not a bad thing at the cost that it's going to cost us for this. And I know what you're saying, Mayor, that we don't have enough. So the reality is there are going to be situations like on Church Street where a crossing guard calls in sick and we don't have a crossing guard. And at a controlled light, we still had a child injured at a controlled light. So I still think that it is important that that we have these lunchtime supervisors there for whatever age is crossing the street. And I think it's important, and I think it's important because it's the residents that we actually represent.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this report? So just I'd like to go ahead and say what I was going to say is that I really do commend the mayor of taking the accountable approach to this, and this is his responsibility, as is ours. And as my colleagues most of them have said, like, we are responsible for the safety of our residents. And I would like to move forward now and asking if there's anybody who's willing to move this report.
Oh, I thought I already moved it, Chair.
Okay, so it's moved by the mayor. Now I'd like to ask all those who are in favor of this report.
Yeah.
So, and those opposed? It's opposed 5-2. This does not pass. Thank you everyone for your detailed input into this. Much appreciated. We shall move on to 5.2. 2020 Waterfront Management and Bylaw Enforcement Strategy by Director Meredith, Acting Director Harris, and Manager Derek Hannon. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just speak on behalf of the group very quickly. We've included this as a discussion item because we understand there will probably be a lot of interest in understanding the recommendations that are here and the implications they would have for the waterfront. And we're happy to take your questions with respect to any of the contents in the report.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking. Mayor Collier, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the report. I'm very happy to see this coming forward. If one thing COVID has shown us, it's that how amazing our waterfront and our other amenities are, and how much people outside of Ajax enjoy them as much as people in Ajax. I don't really have a lot of questions to this. My original preference was to have this paid parking period, but I do understand the argument of for non-residents, because technically the residents have already paid for this and should be allowed to use it. My initial goal of paid parking for everywhere was to try and dissuade people from driving there, even Ajax residents, and to use some other form of transportation. One thing Councillor Bauer has brought forward that we're looking at right now at DRT is the potential of a shuttle service to run along the waterfront, again, to try and stop people from driving down there and having to worry about the parking issues. Just to question through, I guess, to Mr. Meredith about the marking one side of Lake Driveway no parking and the other side parking. I'm trying to find where it says that in here. On the in streets, like the Farrows and the Fitzgeralds, the streets that are right off of Lake Driveway, for instance, this report asks for 2 more staff, but it stops at 8:30. So I'm just wondering how much enforcement is going to be happening on these inside streets, because for sure having paid parking for non-residents is going to drive some traffic through, and the councillors are going to get the calls.
Mr. Hannon may be the best person.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Mr. Hannon would be a better one for that.
Good to Chair to Mayor Collier. The enforcement times would be from 8:30 in the morning till 8:30 at night, Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays. For the entire time that the restrictions are in place, we would have 2 mobile staff enforcing all the parking requirements along Lake Driveway and all the feeder streets as well. Also included on Pickering Beach Road, Shoal Point, and Lakeview.
Is that at all affected by the amendment that was passed on the other proactive parking that we dealt with earlier today?
Through the Chair to Mayor Collier, no, it wouldn't be affected at all.
Okay, and just the start finish dates on this, May 15th, September 15th. I'll use this last weekend as an example. Obviously, gorgeous weekend, 20 degrees. I'm sure the waterfront was absolutely packed, but there would not have been any enforcement because it would fall outside of the September 15th. What can we do in those? Because the other part of this is I'm still getting emails every day about the fires that are still happening at Rotary Park and Fisco Road, and that type of thing. So obviously people are still going there outside of the times because our park patrols have now stopped as well. What can we do to address the issues that come up outside of these periods?
Through the Chair, in enforcement on the waterfront, you are correct that in November, when we have 20 degrees, it's a rarity. Last weekend we had snow. This time last year, we already had snow on the ground and already had a winter operation in place. Typically, our end of season is in and around September. The report has additional waterfront staff who we bring in who are strictly seasonal employees. There would be a cost to extend that to have them on standby on the basis that the weather would be nice enough that we would continue past September. In relation to the park security, I'll let Mr. Meredith comment on that.
Yeah, the parks patrols that are within the report are really intended to deal with the core summer months being the July 1st to Labor Day. And it's really intended to introduce park patrols beyond the enforcement period for which bylaw is along the waterfront. So particularly 8 p.m. until 2 in the morning. So during the months of July and August, it provides a presence along the waterfront. They would be dedicated to the waterfront and would deal with any after hours issues that we may have to deal with, similar to some that we've dealt with this year, whether they be fires down along the beach at the foot of Frisco, gatherings that may take place after hours along the waterfront. So the park patrols are really intended to look at the after hours piece until 2 in the morning, to deal with some of the issues that have been recurring over the course of this past year.
Okay. And just let me go back to my questions. Actually, I think that was my last question. So I just want to say thank you, Mr. Hannon, Mr. Meredith, everybody else involved in this. I'm really glad that so many people do use our waterfront, and it is such a great place. However, it is very important that we recognize that we have had additional costs, and those costs from out-of-town users should not be borne by the Ajax taxpayers. And so I'm very, very happy to support this. Thank you. You're muted, Chair.
Sorry about that. I started a sneezing fit there for a second, so I muted it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regional Councillor Crawford.
I'm sorry, I didn't even know I had my hand up. Okay, I agree with this one, so that's it.
Oh, thank you very much. That was short and sweet. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you very much for this report. The residents were loud and clear that they wanted some action taken this summer, as they are every summer, but this one, of course, was exemplified because of COVID, using our waterfront. So I had a question about the parking permit system that's going to be in place. And I think I read that the town is not required to install standalone payment units, as drivers will be able to pay for their parking on their smart device. Is that right?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, that is correct.
So is it also a possibility, because I know parking for sure was an issue, but there was also an issue about permits for barbecuing, and I think permits for large gatherings where they have to get a permit for that. And are we able to adapt that parking system so that users can also get their barbecue permits online like that, or is that already how it happens?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer. Currently, the only people that are permitted to use barbecues on the waterfront are those individuals that has a park rental permit. So one of the concrete pads they've rented at Lion Point or at Rotary. So they're the only locations that are permitted to have barbecues on the waterfront. So it's part of their original rental agreement for that location.
Okay. And so there were some incidents, I believe, where people were having barbecues at those legal locations, but they didn't have permits. So is there a possibility that they can also purchase those permits sort of on the spot?
Through the chair, no, there would not be an opportunity for that. They're rented well in advance. This year we had to cancel all of our permits because of COVID, but typically those spots are rented out weeks and weeks, if not months in advance.
Okay. And that is done, I guess, online? Like I'm just thinking, is it an easy process?
An application process for the operations department. So I can allow Mr. Meredith to comment on that.
Yes, so what will happen is those locations, Lions Point and the picnic shelters down by Rotary Park, those locations people can book in advance. And as Mr. Hannon mentioned, it can be months in advance when those are booked up. So they contact operations, and it's Wanda Dennison, who is our coordinator as it relates to all of our permits, or if there's a request for a special event.
Okay, so that makes sense. So then my other question was about the waste management, and that there are 27 stations across the waterfront at key locations. And as we are notified throughout the waterfront season, there's always lots of garbage, and people for some reason think it's okay to just throw it on the ground or pile it up when it's full instead of taking it home. But does that include the what's it called? Creative outdoor advertising, the COA, those extra bins that we recently implemented throughout the town? I think there was 30 or 32 of them. Is that included in the count for 27?
No, the 27 are Town of Ajax bins that we maintain along the waterfront specifically.
Okay, and then COA, we were able to add a few more along the waterfront. Is there an opportunity during this Labor Day or July 1st to Labor Day that we could partner with COA to put even more? Because I think, I don't know that 27 is enough, or 27 plus the extras that we currently have. So I'm just wondering if it doesn't cost the town for that COA program. And in fact, it makes the town money because there's revenue sharing from the advertising. So maybe from the busy season of July 1st to Labor Day, is it possible that we could add more?
Again, I have not had a conversation with COA about expanding the service. I know from a staff level, we're not recommending the addition of any further garbage cans. We believe that we provide more than enough along the waterfront. Again, that's it's been an ongoing discussion that we've had over the years as it relates to garbage bins. I think we've located them at specific intervals at key points, being splash pads, playgrounds, parking lots, the washrooms at routine intervals along the waterfront itself. I don't know that the addition of garbage bins is warranted, and that's from a staff perspective, that would be our recommendation.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions right now. You're muted, Chair.
And I've done it again. Okay, are there any other questions in regards to this topic? Regional Councillor Dice, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
So this is through you to staff. The report speaks to the waterfront strategy that goes back to 2016, which increased enforcement during those busy times of year, in the summertime, obviously. And addressed all of the other issues as well, like the parking issues, the gatherings, the barbecues, etc. So it was very successful. You said that in the report, and has been successful. But now we're going a step further here. So why do you feel at this time it's important to increase, the bylaws in this area along the waterfront?
Through the chair, Councillor Dice. The concern that's come up now is obviously with COVID, it just highlighted an issue about the amount of use. The fear is if we don't get things in place for this time for next year, and COVID is still an ongoing issue where people don't have destinations to go, we need to have a plan in place to be able to deal with it. And the amount of users that went to the waterfront this summer was astronomical and compared with previous years. And it wasn't just a weekend issue, it was a 7-day-a-week concern that we had. We believe that the enforcement that we have now is not changing anything that wasn't part of the plan. The only thing we're really introducing now is a permitting fee for out-of-town guests that would come to the waterfront. All the other provisions that are in play have been the exact same ones we brought forward in 2016. The only thing we realize now with the amount of people, we need more staff to be around from the waterfront, right from Paradise Park all the way to Rotary Park.
So for a resident to obtain a parking permit, there's a process. So they would need to register their vehicle with the town, and they would need to provide proof of occupancy, and they would need to provide a vehicle registration. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So they would have to do that on an annual basis. So this suggests that you're going beyond just COVID times. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it would be annual for people that would move away. So for 8 months a year, we'd be doing all the approvals for Ajax residents. At the completion of the summer, we would start over again for individuals that may have moved. We want to make sure that our database is most accurate and up to date.
And I also had questions about the 10 local streets around Rotary Park that be posted on one side. This already exists in these neighborhoods. And haven't some of those been posted already?
Through the chair, that is correct. The 10 streets around Rotary Park were all part of the 2016 strategy. We've now added all the feeder streets along Lake Driveway to include Cowling, Lewin and et cetera on there. And then to ensure that Shoal Point and Pickering Beach Road have the straight curbs, accessible parking for the extra overflow of individuals.
So have these new streets that been added, are the residents aware of these proposed changes?
To this point, we know that there's been lengthy discussions with the residents around Paradise with Mr. Meredith. But as far as the inside residents, the conversations have come in and been clear through the council email and complaints that came in all summer long from the feeder streets complaining about the amount of vehicles parking on their streets.
Yes, and I understand that. I hear that as well. But I also get complaints that people can't, their family or visitors are having difficulty visiting at any time when there's only parking on one side. So if I hear a bit of both. I'm just curious. What other signage would you have to post for parking permits and paid permits? And where is that signage going to go? Because that wasn't really mentioned in the report.
Through the chair, on the provided diagrams that were in the report about the areas that we'd be looking to do the enforcement on, one side would be posted no parking between May and September on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. They would be restricted parking between 8:30 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. On the other side of the road would have permitted signs that say, or no parking signs that say, by parking permit only. And then those would be posted on we would look to put them all up on the light standards within those streets.
I would assume then you would have to do that along Lake Driveway as well, and you would have to do it into all of the entrances to the parking lots and parks. Is that correct?
Through the chair, there is a budget component to deal with the signage that we would be required to put up. That's in the report.
And can you speak to the markings you would be putting on the parking space markings on Lake Driveway?
Through the chair, there wouldn't be any markings on Lake Driveway. There's an issue with how much road allowance it may take up. So we want to ensure that we're allowing the curb side to have the signage placed that says this is permit parking only, but there wouldn't be painted markings on Lake Driveway.
So the only other issue, one of the issues I have is with the public gatherings of 15 and up. And, there's, because of COVID right now, there are gatherings happening in a safe way, particularly with seniors. I just saw them out this week, sat in a circle, connecting and talking. So are these the type of gatherings that would also receive a fine?
Through the chair, if there's a single gathering of a group of more than 15, and understanding that since 2016, it's a very complex line about determining, are we looking at a group of 30 or are we looking at 5 groups of 6? So we would have to verify if the groups are being invited by one individual to be on the waterfront and those groups are over 15 people, they would be required to get a permit. And like any group, they would be required to apply for that permit and be granted through operation.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions on this topic? Seeing none, can I get a mover to adopt the recommendation of these reports? Moved by.
I already moved it, Chair.
Well, you'd moved it already. Okay, moved by Mayor Collier.
I'd like to speak to the motion, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Once it's on the floor.
Okay. What's the motion?
The motion in the report.
Yes, okay. You'd like to speak to it?
Yes, please. Now that I've asked my questions.
Oh, there you go. I thought you were done. Okay. All right.
Well, all right. Thank you. I guess my issue is again that we're moving ahead before we really know or can anticipate what's going to happen down the road with this COVID. You know, people are very, very frustrated. We all are, and we're all going through this very difficult time. And the only thing we can do is get outdoors, have a walk, have a run, go cycling, go out with your family, whatever it is. Just the opportunity to get outdoors and the opportunity to have a quick conversation with a passerby makes a huge, huge difference, because this is all about our physical health and mental health. And we've all seen the statistical information on the increase of mental health, which last time I checked, whether you're paying for it here or you're paying for it at the province, we're all paying it. It comes out of one pocket. But we don't want people who are going to have difficulty recovering after this COVID. It's a public park. And while, yes, we may have purchased the land over time, we also received a lot of public money through grants to make sure that improvements on our waterfront were made. We're going to receive another grant for the improvement on the bridge at Rotary Park. So it's not just from the tax base that you get money that support these parks. And you get that money because people come from outside, connecting trails east to west on the waterfront. And we all understand the economic impact of that, which is a positive thing. It's tourism, but we all understand that it's a wonderful place to be for all people, whether you're lucky enough to live here by the lake or not. We take pride in our parks, and we're proud of the fact that people want to come here. And I think when people need to get out more than ever, we should understand that need and understand that this is a public park. And I know it's difficult at times, but we still have bylaw that goes out and does try their best to, address any concerns along the waterfront. And I trust that they do that all the time. This is very complicated. It's a very complicated issue. It's been complicated for a long time, as I spoke to regarding 2016 and the initiatives we made that did improve things significantly. But we're taking more and more steps at a time when residents are really having difficulty coping. And I have a problem with that. It's a public park. I go to the public park in Pickering and Whitby and Oshawa, in Cobourg. And most of the public parks that you looked at from other municipalities in this report were mainly about beaches and boating. And so that's a little bit different, because when you're going to a beach like Wasaga or somewhere like that, you're there for the day, yes, and they tend to charge fees for parking for a day. This is not that. People are coming for a couple hours at a time. It's about being patient. We are all in this together, right? That's what people keep telling me. We're all in this together, but here we have an opportunity to make life a little bit better, and we're not going to do that. The gathering I saw this week, under the trees, had more than 15 people in a chairs, isolating, being safe. And they were seniors from what I saw, just sitting around, connecting and talking. And they're the ones that are suffering the most from this self-isolation. So people are becoming very creative of how they're getting out there and how they're feeling better and how they're connecting with people. And that opportunity is here, but not if you keep putting laws in place that stops people from moving around. And I'm sorry, I just can't support this. And I know it's been a real challenge for residents, and I agree. But again, it's patience and time. We don't know where this is going. And I think it's just the wrong road to take. I wouldn't want to say to any child that, no, you can't come down to the beach and throw rocks in the lake because you don't live here. They may not be able to afford the parking. And these are all issues that I think we have to remember. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for your patience.
You're very welcome. Wonderful. So I guess that's all on this topic. Okay, and this was moved by Mayor Collier. Okay, all those in favor? Those opposed? It carries 5-2. So there are no presentations at this time. And before we go into the closed session, which is next, I'm calling for a 5 minutes break. All in
Need a
favor?
mover
Do I need a mover for that?
No, to go into closed session, or you do that after?
We're gonna go for a break first. Then we'll do that when we retain back the meeting.
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
it may be easier to do the vote to go into closed session and then have a quick
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Okay then. So we are now going into closed session. I have a mover, Councillor Tyler Moran. Those in favor? Any opposed? None. It carries.
Mr. Chair, we're now live.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome back everyone to open session. Now, can I get a motion to adopt the recommendations discussed in closed session? And this is Councillor Tyler Morin. All those in favor? Mayor? Yes. Any opposed? None. This motion carries. And finally, I'd like a mover to adjourn this meeting. And Councillor Bauer. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Good job, Mr. Chair.
Good job, Chair.
Thank you.
Are we ready to go right into the special council meeting, Mr. Clerk, or do you need some time?
Mr. Mayor, we are prepared to go right into the special council meeting.
Okay, I understand Councillor Khan has already read the opening portion. Do I still need to read that?
No, Mr. Mayor, you can proceed right with the land acknowledgement.
Okay, so I'll call this meeting to order, and this will be the last time reading this particular land acknowledgement because we'll be ratifying our new one at the next meeting. We'd like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territories of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island and the Chippewas of the Anishinaabe, known today as the Williams Treaties First Nations. This place is and will continue to be home to Indigenous peoples. Let us move forward together with kindness and respect. Moving on to the agenda, does any member of council have any declaration of pecuniary interest? Hearing none, moving forward. First item on the agenda is the Durham Live MZO update and discussion, and then following hopefully a motion. I'll just, before I turn it over to CEO Baker and questions, just say I called this special meeting today because I felt that we needed to have this discussion sooner rather than later, especially as this entire matter is moving very, very quickly, and the motion that Councillor Dyes and I intend to bring is time sensitive. But also this is an opportunity for you to all ask your questions and be brought up to speed on the discussions that have taken place over the last little while. So with that, I think I'll turn it over. Well, do anybody have any questions to, and I guess Mr. Baker will be taking these, and I'll help out when I can. First hand I see is Councillor Crawford. Just before Councillor Crawford, before you go, Mr. Baker, did you have any opening remarks, or you just want to go right to questions?
I think let's start with questions, and I would imagine that things will get filled in through that process.
Okay,
Can we
Councillor
have the
Crawford.
motion on screen? Sorry, Mr. Chair, can we put the motion on screen?
I hadn't introduced it yet. This was going to be an update first, and then we'll do the motion after.
Thank you.
Councillor Crawford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to CAO Baker. My questions are, there's been a lot of chatter out there around monies asked by Ajax Council. The one large one being the $10 million. Could you please explain publicly how that came about? I just want it on the record.
Okay, thank you, Regional Councillor Crawford. Yes, I'd be happy to explain that. So,
Baker?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the question. So, okay, so dating back even before the discussions about the MZO, there were discussions between Ajax and Pickering regarding revenue sharing. When the MZO was on the table and something that was being discussed, those discussions were had again, even as early as when we met at Queen's Park with Pickering and the ministers. And if you recall, in the updates that I gave you, when we were at Queen's Park, we were asked basically by Ministers Phillips and Bethlenfalvy as to what Ajax's concerns were. We talked about a number of different concerns. Revenue sharing was not one of them, although Pickering did mention revenue sharing in that meeting. was prepared to talk about it. But our concerns were related to traffic. We did mention the provincially significant wetland. We talked about a couple different things. And what we were asked to do by the two ministers was to try and go away and see if we could come up with some resolutions to all of those items between Pickering and Ajax. So we did. We left and entered into discussions with Pickering to talk about those items. Again, revenue sharing was discussed a little bit, but we met a stale.
That was at Pickering brought it up. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, revenue sharing has been discussed long before the MZO, and
Right.
so it was something that made its way into these discussions as well. I think that Mayor Collier will tell you that he was, even though we had spoken about revenue sharing previously, we saw this as an opportunity to try and get some type of a confirmation, because we couldn't get a confirmation from Pickering in previously as to what revenue sharing would look like. So it was part of the discussions. So anyway, we talked about our traffic issues and so on, and I think that Mayor Collier sent you all the letters that Kevin Ash had sent, and in one of them, he made it very clear that they were not willing to consider our traffic issues or concerns because, as he put it in his letters, they would unreasonably delay the development. That basically put a stalemate to those discussions. And then after that, around August 14th, Mayor Ryan returned to work. And shortly after that, around middle of August, or just past the middle of August, the interim Pickering CAO reached out and started discussions again at staff level. Those discussions, as I reported to council, were good. They were positive. We, there was good understanding of our traffic issues and so on. And to the extent that Pickering actually, once they had an understanding of our traffic issues, provided us language that they thought that we could use to address our concerns. In those discussions, we made it clear that our traffic, the language that we were looking for traffic issues and so on, we wanted to see them embedded in the MZO as conditions. At that time, the staff at Pickering expressed that that was really not the right mechanism for conditions. The MZO wasn't a mechanism for conditions for traffic monitoring and so on, and improvements and so on, and that there was a three-party development agreement that was being entered into between the region of Durham, the city of Pickering, and Triple Properties, and that maybe it made sense for us to be part of that, and then we could get the language into that development agreement. As I reported to you on a couple of occasions in updates, staff thought that was a very good way to move forward. At the same time, both the interim CAO and I discussed that we didn't think that the revenue sharing, we thought the revenue sharing discussion should be held between Mayor Ryan and Mayor Collier. And so we left that to them to discuss. And it was, I was notified by Mayor Collier that Mayor Ryan had indicated to him without a doubt that he was not willing to talk about revenue sharing any further. So around that time, it was about August 28th, and the developer, the Triple Properties, specifically Steve A, as we call him, had been texting me and calling me and asking me how things were going, and we really need to get this through. It's good for the economy, so on and so on. Shane, you really need to help me. How are we going to get this through? And I said to him, now that revenue sharing is off the table, there's really, where's the community benefit for Ajax? There's no community benefit. And I said, would you be willing to talk about a community benefit or legacy that similar to what you provided Pickering? And he asked, what I was talking about, and I specifically noted the naming rights agreement, the $10 million naming rights agreement that Triple Properties entered into with City of Pickering for their library, which was in Executive Committee report presented on February 4th, CAO report 0419. he said, yeah, I'm willing to talk about that. But need to know what the structure looks like and so on. So we had some emails back and forth, some texts back and forth, I should say. And then he offered to have me come and meet with him in his office on September 23rd, which I did. He talked about some alternatives, specifically like what we call a 3P partnership, private-public partnership, looking at different types of facilities that maybe the town would be interested in constructing, that naming rights could be attached to, similar again to the Pickering naming rights agreement. And all the while, I was very clear with Steve that my council had made it very clear that they were opposed to the MZO. But if he wanted me to present, I was willing to present. I did think that there was some merit there was merit, staff believed there was merit in entering into the development agreement, specifically to address our traffic concerns. At this particular time, we really didn't have a full understanding of the provincially significant wetland and how the development would affect that wetland. There hadn't been a lot of information that had been sent out at that point. So we continued our negotiations. So I met with Steve A. in their office on September 23rd. He presented some different options. I told him I'd have to get back to staff and see what their position was. That was on the 23rd. On the 24th, he texted me, asked me what staff thought, and I said, well, staff are interested to see, where we might go with this, that it's got some potential. And it kind of aligns with some conversations that have been had regarding some property that we had been thinking about doing a 3P partnership within the town. So then on the 24th, Steve A. emailed me what he called his first pass. He texted me and told me that he would use the template agreement that they used with the city of Pickering for their $10 million naming rights agreement, and that he would try and put something together that he could send to me for consideration. He sent that to me on September 24th as a first pass, he called it. And then my email that was read aloud by Mayor Ryan at Regional Council was my response to that, us receiving that particular document, which basically was saying, in the interest of time, as I said, we didn't have time to hammer out a full deal, going back and forth between lawyers and so on. And that if he wanted me to present something to council for consideration, that I just needed some kind of a commitment that he was willing to enter into discussions for that type of a project, so that we had something in writing from him that just said he was interested. And I had asked him a few times, is this something that you're interested in? Yes, I have. He responded back, yes, this is something I'm interested in doing. So then he called me on September 29th regarding the document that he sent and my email, and said, we clarified what had been in his document and what we were talking about and so on. And he said, okay, send me some language, and I'll look at it with our company, and we'll see where we go. So on October 6th, I sent him another email where it clearly lays out the terms, as he requested. All the language, he kept using the language, Shane, I'm not interested in doing this unless, it's an exchange for the MZO. I said, I totally understand that. I'll make sure I present that to my council. But again, it's up to them to determine whether or not they will agree or not. So, and then shortly after that, on the 30th was Regional Council, where, as you know, the Regional Council gave the Regional CAO delegated authority to execute a development agreement. So that piece of the puzzle started moving. We enlisted our outside solicitor to look at the draft as presented to us by the region. We put together our comments. We provided our comments the following Thursday on the 8th. On the 13th, I received emails from both Pickering and the region that they were concerned with the amount of changes that were in there, which was surprising to me because they were basically related to the discussions that we had had with Pickering. And then, as you know, Pickering notified me that the interim CEO for Pickering notified me that she had recommended to her council that they revert back to a three-party agreement. So everything fell apart at that point. That was a long-winded answer. Did I answer your question, Regional Councillor Crawford?
I'll just
So,
add to
just to-
sorry, Marilyn, just one sec. I'll just add to that fill in a couple of blanks there. Because you asked about revenue sharing, and Mayor Ryan did make reference to this during after he read Shane's email at Regional Council a couple of weeks ago. I've been working on this with Pickering for the last 2 years, ever since I took over as mayor, and actually before that, having discussions with the developer, and then once I became mayor with Pickering as well, to try and find resolutions to our traffic issues. But the other thing is, we all know that once this casino opens, Ajax Downs will reduce to 500 slots. And the discussion, and actually the suggestion made by the developer during one of our discussions was, well, those 500 slots that are now in Pickering, that revenue should come to Ajax. However, he's not able to make that decision. It's the mayor and the city of Pickering's decision. So did we have those conversations? Sure. It was brought up a couple of times during our meetings, but there was never anything other than just a very brief one-sentence discussion. There was no appetite on Pickering Council at all over that time for any discussions. It wasn't until the meeting on July 13th at Queen's Park with the ministers and the representatives from Pickering and Ajax, where Deputy Mayor Ash put revenue sharing on the table at that meeting. He talked in fairly good depth about this great PowerPoint he had, and he wasn't going to show it to us today, but they have already passed as a Pickering Council, everything else. As it turns out, that PowerPoint, which we never did see, was the PowerPoint they made to the region when they talked about allocating the money to the region. There never was revenue to share with Ajax. So that was that. But I thought that was an interesting point to point out, because on July 31st, they put July 31st as their drop dead date for us to accept. And as they put it, being at the table, they wouldn't tell us what the actual amount was. They just said Ajax will be at the table to discuss, which I put in writing in one of my summaries to them. I can't take that to my council. I can't say we're at the table. I need to have some kind of solid number and to me, you know, they're going to share 30%. I said, okay, let's split it 50-50. I'm not going to negotiate with the region. This is Pickering's money to allocate. That's how that conversation went. That's what I put in writing. And I think that's what somebody has shared with some other people to put on social media, which is fine. I'm perfectly, absolutely open and willing to have this conversation because it was all done in the open and all done in good faith. The other thing I want to add was I looked back in my texts and emails, and the last communication I had with anybody on this was September the 4th. September the 4th, I took myself out of this because it was obvious it wasn't really going anywhere. When I did talk to Mayor Ryan when he got back on August the 14th, we had one discussion after he got back. After the July 31st deadline, I did send an email to Kevin Ash and ask him if that deadline, what was the significance of July 31st? And he put in his email to me, which I do have, that was just about creating a sense of urgency. That yes, revenue sharing was still on the table. When I spoke with Mayor Ryan shortly after August 14th on the phone verbally, he made it very clear that it was not on the table. He was not really aware of it. That was the other person brought that, but he was not in support of that. And that was the end of it. So whatever the date of that phone call was, and I can probably look up on my records and see, that was the end of all that discussion. And since September the 4th, Shane has taken it from there because it just wasn't going anywhere. And there was no more discussions between myself and the mayor of Pickering. It then became the CAOs at that point working this out. So we're where we are now. I did not appreciate those documents and now those discussions being taken out of context, which they were. But I hope that people understand now what they, you know, how those things happened. I find it very I don't know, kind of a double standard that Pickering would enter into an agreement with Lawrence on a building that's not even built yet and probably won't be built for the next few years up in Seton. But they're criticizing us for having the same conversation when the developer reached out to us to initiate that. I mean, to me,
So just to clarify, in Mayor Ryan's speech at Regional Council, he made it sound like we demanded $10 million. This was not a demand of $10 million. This was a discussion around naming rights that had already been in place with Pickering. So he was drawing the parallel, so to speak, between the Pickering agreement and something that Ajax could have. Is that correct?
Through you,
that's
Mr.
my understanding, but CAO Baker, do you want to take this?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. In one of the conversations, telephone conversation that I had with Steve A. from Triple Properties, we were talking about the fact that, you know, things had broken down, and, you know, there was they broke down a couple times over the last number of months, and I said to him, I really believe that if my council is going to consider anything, there needs to be some type of a community benefit that they can point to for this. Something that the community, some kind of a legacy community benefit. And his question to me was, well, like what? And I said, well, I would think that they would ask for the same as what Pickering received, which was a $10 million naming rights agreement for a library. And, you know, I'm not saying it would be a library. It might be some other type of, we talked about a senior center, actually. But yes, I pointed to the Pickering agreement as a starting point for us to start discussions. But the whole discussion was about, there has to be a community benefit here, Steve, I think but again, I made it clear to him that council did not direct me to go out and seek that community benefit. I was trying to be able to put together different pieces of the puzzle that council could consider between the development agreement and our traffic concerns being addressed in the development agreement, a possible community benefit, and for you to be able to consider when we finally came forward and gave you a recommendation. As you know, there was no recommendations that came forward because we never got that far.
Okay, so like I have a million questions, but I don't want to monopolize the entire however long we're here. So if somebody else wants to ask questions, be my guest.
Okay, next hand I saw was Councillor Khan.
Thank you very much. That update, I know all about that stuff. We went through it together. What I don't know about is the provincial wetlands. That just sprung up on me. I understand you guys had meetings at regional council. I don't know if this is where it was discussed, but I know absolutely nothing of provincial wetlands. And I need some explanation on that, please.
So just to be clear, I do want to emphasize here, because there's been a lot of talk about, you know, we kind of came late to the whole environment piece. Well, the reality is we really didn't understand the significant impact on the provincially significant wetland until the TRCA brought forward their report at the October 23rd Board of Directors meeting, entitled the Durham Live Wetland Compensation Report. That's when staff were really able to take a look at it and understand what type of an impact we were looking at. And by that time, of course, things were done. As far as you know, maybe Director Romanowski can answer your questions more specifically, Councillor Khan.
Well, before we go there, I read Mayor Ryan's report, which made all the sense in the world to me. So are you saying now that from the get-go, this property for DL was being built on provincial wetlands?
Well, I'll let Director Romanowski answer that. But like I say, once we were able to see from the TRCA's report what was being proposed, then yes, that's what appears to be the case.
Okay, Director Romanowski, please.
Hi, through the chair to Councillor Khan. Your question specific to the wetland and in relation to Durham Live and their MZO, that's a component of the minister's zoning order, was to allow for the conversion of the land use permissions on those lands to the west of Squires Beach Road for an employment use. That's when we were aware of the development. We were not aware of the complexities or the details of of that particular environmental feature. We're aware that it was part of some type of environmental protection or that, but it's not within our municipality. Therefore, it's not within our kind of mapping or information or policy framework. And as CO Baker mentioned, we really didn't have all that information until the October 23rd Board of Directors meeting with the Toronto Region Conservation Authority.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will clarify that after we met at Queen's Park, there were the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing did ask for a couple of follow-up meetings, and there were discussions. All of the parties were part of those conference calls. There was the City of Pickering, the Region of Durham, ourselves, Triple Properties was in the discussions, and MMAH were trying to just get a handle on how the discussions were going, how the negotiations were going, and so on. But it was obvious to us that there were discussions going on about the provincially significant wetland because at one point, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry did attend one of those meetings, and they were talking about the complexities of the application and how it was going to be dealt with. And actually, at one point, we were told that it looked like if this MZO was going to be issued, it'd be issued in 2 phases. Which I said, well, I need to know that information because I need to be able to tell my council what does that mean? What do the 2 phases mean? And what's the criteria for those 2 phases to move forward? Are there conditions on the 2 phases? And we never received that back. And I think as you've seen, the MZO does not. I don't believe there's 2 phases in the MZO.
All right.
Just to add to that, Shane, we were absolutely led to believe ever since our meeting at Queen's Park on July 13th that this would be issued in 2 parts. And the second phase, being the wetlands, was going to take more work and was going to follow at a later date. And I think we all assumed it was quite a bit later date. So yeah, that absolutely was what was said to us. And I think we all interpreted it the same.
All right, thank you.
Just further to that, one thing you said, Councillor Ash, about the statement that was put out by Pickering. I wonder, you might want to look at the response to that Environmental Defense that Tim Gray has put out in response to that statement. It appears, according to Environmental Defense, that many of the things in that statement, there is quite a strong disagreement to, I will say. And that's available publicly. And if you don't have it, I'll make sure it's sent to you. But that, yeah, the TRCA and Environmental Defense do not agree with many of the things said in that statement.
Thank you, because from the information that I got so far, whatever Mayor Ryan put out makes sense to me. I have not had another report from our staff to advise me different. So I'd expect that report so I can be properly educated to support Ajax Council on this. Thank you, Mr.
We'll make sure that you get that, and we'll make sure that that gets sent to all of council if they haven't seen that response yet.
I believe
I saw Councillor Dias and then Councillor Lee. Councillor Dias, did you have your hand up?
No, not at this time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then Councillor Lee.
Just want to kind of state for the record too, it's, Ajax position on the environment has not really changed since I've joined council at the very least. And even before that, we have a pretty stellar reputation of protecting environmental interests. I mean, like I can go as far back as, Councillor Ndiaye and I, stating that we objected to Bill 66, and thankfully they stood back on that. I had introduced a motion, asking for protection of endangered species, which this wetlands motions out. I know it's not on the floor yet, but this, I'm just saying we've been very consistent. Climate emergency, like one or all of us at any given time have always put the environment first and foremost when it comes to some of the changes this province has done. And so, I just don't want this to seem like MZO equals all of a sudden Ajax is perked up in the environment. We've always been defenders of the environment in various capacities. And I just want to make sure that's known, because I mean, like I speak for a lot of new councillors. This old Ajax Pickering beef, it doesn't affect us in the sense that we were not privy to these conversations that go back from our original casino. But since we have been here, the environment absolutely has been a concern or priority for a lot of us. So just want to make sure that's out there and people understand that this isn't just a casino issue. In fact, for a lot of us, it's an environmental issue first and foremost. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions from members of council? I'll just state quickly and then introduce the amendment or introduce the motion that, I don't think, and I've never said that I oppose MZOs. This is not about that. I think MZOs have a time and place, and I think we use an MZO very successfully in the long-term care facility that's being done by Schlegel Village up on Harwood. That was an instance where it was timely and needed to be dealt with. But in this case, that was not the case. And adding this MZO on top of the existing issues that we've been having ever since the name Durham Live was ever uttered, that have not been addressed, was why we were opposing this. And I have never said that I was in support of the commercial piece. During our discussions, when we were having the discussions, and I've shared this with council, we had actually agreed on 5 of the 7 points. And that was pretty good progress. Unfortunately, none of those terms that we agreed to with regards to traffic made it into the development agreement at the region. Not one of the 5. And it's just amazing to me that the region required monitoring for Ajax Downs opening with 200 positions on a main road being Kingston Road, but would not want monitoring and did not require monitoring on a 3,000 plus facility opening on an unapproved road like Church Street. It just didn't make sense to me. And we had negotiated these terms, and that has not been disputed. I rolled out the proof at the region that we had negotiated these 5 terms, peer review, timing of the Notion Road overpass, like a number of things. And they just weren't interested in putting it in, which boggles my mind, because that was for the protection of the region and for the protection of our residents. So I just wanted to make that clear that I'm not opposed to MZOs. I think MZOs can be very useful, but this one has just taken it to a whole new level when it starts turning over things like provincially significant wetlands. Because, and I've had this argument with MMAH, they're very adamant they won't touch the greenbelt, and that's great. However, we all know that there's lands that are captured in the greenbelt just because it's not really scientific, it's a line, that have 0 environmental significance. But there's a lot of lands outside of the greenbelt that weren't captured by that line that have enormous environmental significance. And I suggested to MMAH that provincially significant wetlands would fall in that second class and would receive that same treatment. And then to find out that this is just sort of being disregarded is a real surprise to me. So it's been a long and very frustrating process. But I did think that it was important, especially in open session, that we have these questions from council and that we're all up to speed on where we are before we introduce this motion. And Councillor Crawford, do you have another question?
I do. Thank you very much for letting me back in. If no one else is going to ask questions, I'm just going to keep going. So I would like to understand the MZO that was issued. Part of that was to ask the TRCA to either relocate the entire wetlands or rename it or rezone. I can't exactly remember the terminology. What I would like to know from somebody is, does the MZO have the power to tell the TRCA what to do with provincially significant wetlands? And does the TRCA have the final say in this at all? Where does that body that protects the environment, what is their final responsibility and authority?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford, we're gathering that information with regards to what does the MZO mean and who has authority or supersedes the conservation authority. Right now, I think how we understand it is that there's just an agreement to make an agreement between the parties, being Durham Live and the TRCA. So does the MZO have the power to do that? 100%. It's just a matter of understanding the terms and conditions by which they come to an agreement to, and the word that you were looking for was to reclassify or declassify the wetland, and what those compensation parameters would be, which, as we've read and come to understand, there aren't really any compensation parameters. They need to be kind of figured out in a little bit more depth and detail.
Councillor Crawford?
Would you say that this is groundbreaking when it comes to MZOs, or has this been done across the province in other situations?
Groundbreaking? Well, I would just say the proliferation of MZOs just within the last kind of 12 months, maybe a little bit more over the year, over the last 12 months, is definitely a large number than typically what would kind of occur in a regular kind of calendar year for these types of approval requests to the province. A wetland, MZO over a wetland. I think there was one that was recently done, possibly in Vaughan. I'm not too sure of all the details around that one specifically. But definitely this is, I would say, monumental in that it's dealing with a wetland that is as unique and characteristic as the one that is part of this MZO.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this discussion. So what happens next then?
Next, we've got a motion coming that we'll get to as soon as we're done the questions. Shane, do you want to discuss next steps?
Through Mr. Mayor, generally speaking, as far as our participation in any discussion related to the MZO or anything like that, as you know, that's finished. Council made a resolution that we strongly oppose. So now, as what you've probably seen, especially with the statement that came out from the TRCA, there is quite a groundswell right now of environmental advocacy being pressured on the province not to reclassify the wetland, which then would trigger discussions into compensation for the wetland. From Ajax's perspective, as the mayor mentioned, he's going to be presenting a motion in a few minutes that will continue to have Ajax take a very strong stance on environmental protection. And I think that's what our play is in this particular game right now. Other than that, we really don't have any cards in this game.
Thank you.
Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank
There's
you.
gonna be- I don't want to get too deep into this
No,
right
no.
now because the motion will probably lead into the next round of questions. I don't want to be answering questions like some of the stuff CEO Baker just said is in relation to the motion. So let's keep this on the questions on the update for now. But if they're on the going forward after the motion, please go ahead, Councillor Tyler.
Oh, okay. You can even answer my question later in the meeting if you wish, but I was just going to ask somebody to speak to the relationship that the MZO, meaning the Minister of Municipalities, has with the Minister of the Environment, and if they need that, the blessing of the Minister of Environment to get this MZO through the Minister of Municipal Affairs office. If you want to speak to that a little bit later, I'm fine with that, because I keep hearing TRCA.
Mr.
go ahead.
Romanowski, correct me if I'm wrong, but is the Minister of Natural Resources, MNRF, needs to declassify or reclassify the land first. So the MZO doesn't do it. The lands have to be declassified first, and then it can move forward. But if I'm incorrect, please correct me, Mr. Romanowski.
No, I believe you're right. I think there's kind of an interim step that needs to take place, which is the whole analysis of the wetland. And then the latter part, from what I understand, would be the MZO piece, which goes back to what CAO Baker was saying at the get-go. And I think you even mentioned that the original genesis of the MZO was that it would be a phased MZO dealing with, part one and then part two being these lands, because there was going to be that work that needed to go into reviewing the environmental aspects of the wetland.
Would follow up very quickly, would the Minister of the Environment take direction and insight from TRCA?
No, it's the other way around. They're the
Gotcha.
above
Okay.
ministry, and that stuff flows down the chute, not up the chute.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity.
On October 23rd, TRCA at their board meeting passed a resolution opposing the MZO on the provincially significant wetland. So that message was sent and distributed to all the ministries. However, they did or were pushed into entering into an agreement for a compensation agreement at a later date should the lands be reclassified. So I'll move on. Before I go to the motion, just quickly, just so council is aware, CEO Baker, John Grieve, our traffic supervisor, Jeff Romanowski, our director of planning, and I'm missing other staff, but have all worked incredibly hard on this. This was a long, I remember Shane sending me some messages on some Fridays at the end of a long week, just completely kind of burnt out from this process because it's been exhausting. And I can tell you from when I was involved in it, just exhausting. So I just want to say on behalf of myself and hopefully all of council that we do appreciate all that hard work that's been done. It has been a really extensive process, and I know has been dealing with some really difficult people and situations. And I think you've done a great job on that, even though we were not successful in getting, all those things resolved. I don't think actually it was maybe even possible to get all those resolved. So just wanted to say thank you, Shane, to you and your team.
Thank you.
I've got a motion, and I'm hoping, Mr. Clerk, you can put it on the screen, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dyes, and I'll turn over the chair to, I guess, Councillor Lee, since you're next on the deputy mayor rotation, since both Joanne and I are on this motion. And I will read it, although I'll try and pull it up on my own screen since it'll be a little bit easier. So please just give me a moment. There it is. So I'll read it and just speak to it briefly as soon as it comes up here. There we go. So moved by myself, seconded by Regional Councillor Dyes, with regards to opposition for developing provincially significant wetlands. And I do apologize, this is a bit lengthy, but this is did not make the agenda, so I don't think too many people have seen it yet. Whereas a significant portion, 222.8 hectares or 57 acres of the Lower Duffins Creek Wetland Complex comprises of key natural heritage features and key hydrological features, including provincially significant wetland, PSW, significant woodland, and significant wildlife habitat designated in 2005, and which is likely, according to the Toronto Regional Conservation Authority, TRCA, to have endangered species habitat and SEEPs, is being threatened by a senseless development plan approved by Minister Steve Clark through a minister zoning order to pass circulation, provincial policy restrictions, to bypass consultation, provincial policy restrictions, appeals processes, consideration of transportation infrastructure, environmental impacts, etc. And whereas a significant portion of the PSW located west of Squire of Speech Road, north of Bailey Street, and south of Highway 401 in Pickering will be destroyed in its entirety and filled in to fast track the construction of up to 4 million square feet of warehousing adjacent to the Durham Live project. And whereas, according to Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing website, MZOs for new developments are generally not permitted on PSWs, prime agricultural lands, and areas susceptible to flooding, or where fish and wildlife habitats will be disturbed. And the provincial policy statement, overseen by MMAH, directs that natural features and areas shall be protected for the long term, and that development and site alteration shall not be permitted in PSWs, policy 2.1.4. And whereas the TRCA unanimously opposed development of provincially significant wetlands, resolution dated October 23rd, 2020, based on their mandate under the Conservation Authorities Act to ensure protection of wetlands like these, and stated subsequently that there are no precedent to reclassify provincially significant wetlands. And whereas the uncertainty about the TRCA's cooperation in reclassifying these lands has resulted in legislation that would, if passed, allow the Minister of Natural Resources and Forests, MNRF, to take over the approvals process proposed in Bill 229, Budget Measures Act 2020, in order to reclassify the land and issue permits to push forward the MZO. But the consequences of these changes would be ongoing and far-reaching to impact other municipalities and projects. And whereas a joint letter sent to the ministers of MMAH and MNRF by 6 environmental groups dated October 29th underscores the rarity and importance of such forested swamps in urban settings with significant value for wildlife, fisheries, and recreation, and estimates based on an MRNF Commission study in 2009 that the social benefit of this urban wetland would exceed $3 million per year. And whereas Environmental Defense, Ontario Nature, Eco-Justice, Wilderness Committee, David Suzuki Foundation, and Rescue Lake Simcoe Coalition represent and reflect the pulse of environmentalism in Ontario and have received an outpouring of more than 7,500 emails from concerned residents opposing development on sensitive natural heritage features. And whereas the Minister of MNRF, in a letter to the CEO of the TRCA dated October 24th, requested that support be considered and encouraged a negotiated compensation agreement between the parties, TRCA and Durham Live. However, there is no formalized offsetting policy in Ontario. Without precedent or policy in place to guide any reclassification process, it is likely that the offset will be a cash-based offer following the TRCA's ecosystem compensation guideline, not designed for PSWs, as it would be next to impossible to find another large swath of urban land in Pickering, and even more difficult to find south of the 401 to create new wetland with equal benefits. And whereas Durham Live's own planning consultant has stated that the planned development on these lands would result in the removal of the wetland and upland habitat in its entirety, and a wetland strategy advisory panel appointed by MNRF in 2018 recommended that PSWs remain strictly off limits to development and offsetting. Almost there. And whereas several strategies, reports, plans, and recommendations released by the province of Ontario emphasize the ecological and financial importance of conserving existing wetlands, including Ontario's Flooding Strategy 2020, an independent review of the 2019 flood events in Ontario by Ontario's Special Advisor on Flooding, and Ontario's Wetland Conservation Strategy 2017 to 2030. And whereas there are large areas of vacant employment lands in Pickering and other areas in Durham that do not require the destruction of PSWs, therefore be it resolved that Ajax Council strongly urges Honorable John Yakubuski, Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, to not declassify or issue permits to build on any part of the Lower Dufferins Creek wetland complex, to remove PSW status, and to keep it in its natural state as scientifically assessed, recognized, and protected. 2, we further request that MNRF require additional environmental impact studies, including 3-season assessments and post for comment to justify any reclassification and/or compensation of PSWs. 3, Ajax Council requests that the TRCA Executive Committee not approve a permit application to the property owner under the current Conservation Authorities Act. 4, Ajax Council reaffirms our opposition to the Minister's zoning order for the Durham Live subject lands. 5, Ajax Council relays its reliance on and support for the work done by conservation authorities across the province of Ontario as experts in their field, and does not support proposed changes to the responsibility of elected officials on conservation authority boards of directors. And 6, that this resolution be shared with Honorable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Honorable John Yacobucci, Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, Honorable Rod Phillips, Minister of Finance and MPP for Ajax, Honorable Peter Bethlenfalvy, President of the Treasury Board and MPP for Pickering Uxbridge, John Henry, Durham Regional Chair, all regional chairs in the province of Ontario, Mayor Cam Guthrie, Chair of Ontario Big City Mayors, Durham Regional Municipalities, Durham MPPs, John McKenzie, CEO, TRCA, and Tim Gray, Executive Director, Environmental Defense. And thank you for bearing with me throughout that long, very extensive motion, but I felt it was important that we make these statements and make them publicly. I will speak to it quickly because I know we've all heard a lot about this lately. As I said in my comments earlier, just because the MZO is issued does not mean it was at all final. There was a long ways for it to go to get through the declassification process. And even then, TRCA still held the final decision-making powers on permitting and moving forward. Unfortunately, and this is why I called this special meeting today and why this became so timely to get this motion passed and out to the minister, is last week, we were notified on Wednesday by Minister Jeff Urich, Minister of the Environment, that oversees conservation boards, conservation authorities, that they were making changes to the Conservation Authority Act. And some of those changes were removing the approving powers of the conservation authorities and making that the power of the minister. And that proposal needed to, I guess, go through on a bill. And the bill that it went through was Bill 229, I believe it was, the budget that was approved or that was put on the floor last Thursday. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but we didn't know, and I don't think many people knew, that this very strong and very broad-reaching and precedent-setting change was sort of in this legislation that was put forward and passed first reading on Thursday. When I got the information from Minister of the Environment last Wednesday and read it, some alarm bells were going off in my head that this sounds like they are making some changes, and it sounds like they're trying to further expedite this MZO process and remove another layer of protection to just get this through. And once we looked into this and once we researched it further, that's exactly what's happened. And what I find most disturbing is something so important has been done completely outside of the public view and hidden in a piece of legislature that's completely unrelated, being the budget. Now, this has to go through second and third reading, which I'm told, since they're on constituency breaks now, won't happen until close to the end of this year. But I think it's imperative that we raise awareness to this injustice and that we get as many people involved and opposed to this as possible to get the minister's attention, because obviously we're not getting their attention now. This, you know, it almost seems, and this is my own personal opinion, that each time they come up against a roadblock, they just find a way to change the roadblock. And that's not the way that this should work. I am always open to a fair fight, but this is not a fair fight. And when they keep changing the rules for the other side, it makes it very difficult, one, in our negotiations to try and address our traffic concerns for the last almost 5 months with Pickering, to now trying to do the right thing and stand up for a provincially significant wetland that can't stand up for itself and stop an injustice like paving over and developing it. When the other side keeps changing the rules, it makes that very, very difficult. So we need to raise awareness. We need to get the word out there. And this is our way, I think, of doing that, taking a clear stance from Ajax Council. I do hope that you'll support this. I'll turn it over to Councillor Dies to speak on it now, and I will ask for a recorded vote at the appropriate time, please, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Dies is the seconder of the motion. Would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. Well, it's a complicated situation, and as the mayor has spoken to, it's been very time consuming. In my mind, never understood why or how any development, I don't think any development would go forward without the proper infrastructure in place. And in our situation, that proper infrastructure was traffic related, improvements to roads. How do you have a successful tourist destination if people can't get to and from it? Never understood that. Now I think we're in a situation where there's been interest expressed by developers to the landowner that they would like to put something on that land. I've seen the conceptual design. So the wetlands to the west of Squires Beach Road, as the mayor said, and in the motion, takes the whole footprint of the 57 acres. It's located roughly just across the street on the north side from the Pickering Flea Market. And the land extends from Squires Beach Road west to Toy Avenue. It has woodlots, wetlands, it's a habitat. It does the job of cleaning your water before it gets into the lake. It cleans the air, all those wonderful things that it provides that we know are so important for our overall health, but so important for it to do its job. To pave over it is a crime, seriously a crime, something you cannot replace. You cannot just take that compensation and move it to another place and recreate this. This body of water is part of the Duffins. It also goes into Frenchman's Bay. It is making its way down to the lake. And paving over it, I don't know how you do that actually, how you build on a swampland, as they used to say in the South. But it's going to be very difficult, but it's going to be, it's going to be just horrendous because those PSWs, as you know, are protected by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. It's a no-go. That's why there's no compensation. No reference to any type of compensation for PSWs. It doesn't exist. It's a no-go. But they would like it to exist. Unfortunately, it's the ministry that has to declassify its importance in order to arrive at some sort of compensation with the Toronto Region Conservation Authority. It's not within the authority's power to do that. And once you do that, then once the minister does that, he has to also justify that, was my understanding, that more reviews of the land had to be done. But obviously they're fast tracking everything. So there's no trust there. And for me, there's no trust there. Huge outcry. The only safety valve might be if a compensation is reached at that time and a site plan is submitted, the site plan goes back to the TRCA for approval. And so we've had discussions as a member of the TRC board and a member of the executive committee. We've had a lot of discussions about this. There's a lot of unknowns about this as well. The deal was made under the Authorities Act previous to this Bill 229. So I can't see legally how they could say, well, it's now under new legislation, because the legislation hasn't gone through a full process yet. But the deal was made and signed, or if you want to call it a deal, but it clearly stated what the steps had to be for the ministry to decommission the land and for TRCA to enter any kind of a declassification or offsetting, and that had to do specifically with their putting pressure on them to do that, the ministry putting pressure on. Nobody's asked that question either, is why the ministries are putting pressure on all the partners, Pickering and Ajax, the landowner in Durham region, and TRCA in the ministry. Why is that happening? Because they have a vested interest in this property. I'm not against jobs. Nobody would in their right mind would be against that. But there, as the mayor also stated, there is available land, you know, in Pickering, in Ajax, in Whitby, that this could be built on. It does not have to be a PSW. So, you know, I support this motion, and I'm pleased to see that the Honorable Rod Phillips, Minister of Finance, and our MPP here in Ajax is going to get a copy of this. I've had well over 5,000 emails, and they're still coming, and that's a good thing. So if I've missed somebody, it's because it's gotten lost in the shuffle, but it's a good thing. People will be appalled and disgusted when they see the destruction that will happen on this wetland when they start to clear those woodlots. It's a huge swath of land, and people travel it in traffic, heavy traffic on Bailey every day. And I hope that they speak out now before it's too late, because we don't know what the next move is going to be with this provincial government. So, you know, I obviously support this motion. And I thank you, you know, everybody out there listening. You know, I thank you for all of the emails that I have received and TRCA has received, and encourage you to let your representatives know that this is not something that should be supported. It's not in the best interest of the communities. And MZOs, which are only about zoning, not about the environment, but MZOs are not in the best interest of the public, because they circumvent the planning process and circumvent the public consultation and conversations. And this is doing the same thing with respect to the wetlands. So thank you for your patience. Hand it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Dyes. Does anybody on council wish to speak or ask any questions regarding this? Councillor Khan?
Thank you, Chair. I still have questions on the original motion. I will support this. That was brought forward because of the environmental factor in it, but I still have questions after this goes through about the whole business transaction and how we got to this. So I will support this, but I want to come back to discussing it when we're done.
Before my comments and questions, anyone else have any questions, comments? Okay. I just want to, I guess this would be a question to the mover. There's a quote in there that says would result in the removal of the wetland and habit in their entirety. And that's from the Durham Live planning consultant. Was that through an email? Was that through a public correspondence? How do we get that quote?
Why is he listening to another mayor?
Yeah.
Excuse me, folks.
You're not
live mic. Thank you. So sorry, to the mover of the motion. Do you know which quote I'm referring to?
I do, and I believe the source was that, but I'll ask Mr. Romanowski to answer that question.
Sorry,
Director Romanowski,
what was the question?
In the motion, in the body of the motion, there's a quote that said from the Durham Live planning consultant that said this would result in the removal of the wetland and upland habitat in their entirety. And I just want to make sure we have a source to this so that if anyone asks, that we didn't just make up this quote out of thin air.
I believe it would be their environmental consultant. I think it came through the report that might be referencing this is in relation to a report submitted by Beacon Environmental, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, thank you. It's just important because again, I don't, this is going to go another few rounds, I imagine. I want to make sure we're citing our sources. And Mr. Romanowski, now that I have you on here, in your experience, has wetland ever been, I guess, moved or relocated?
In Ajax?
Do you know any examples where it's in Ontario, I guess, would be my question.
I couldn't cite any specific examples. I did answer some questions in relation to Regional Councillor Crawford when she was providing some commentary, and I did indicate that I believe there was some wetland discussions in maybe another part of the north part of GTA, but I'm not familiar with any wetlands in Durham region specifically. And for that part, I've been employed with the town of Ajax for the last almost 15 years, nothing in the town of Ajax in relation to wetlands.
So suffice to say, this would be pretty much somewhat unprecedented action by the province to just move or relocate wetland.
I would say that's a fair statement.
So just my final, sorry, Ricardo, do you have
I think I can help with that because I did have a fairly lengthy conversation with John McKenzie, CEO of TRCA last week in the development when we were talking about this motion. And I believe from my recollection that no, provincially significant wetlands, no. There have been some environmentally sensitive areas, but this would be the first PSW to my understanding.
Thank you. So just like, you know, this province will say that this is a matter of, you know, cutting red tape to get to jobs. And again, just like Regional Councillor Dyes, just like everyone on this council, we have no problem with jobs. We're absolutely believe in employment, especially local employment. But, you know, also cutting red tape, the red tape they are referring to is the Conservation Act, the Endangered Species Act. Like this is the red tape that we're just supposed to cut because of convenience and expediency. And that is quite frankly unacceptable. And, you know, this motion is the first step, I imagine, in many of just Ajax stating our unequivocal commitment to the environment and our issue with this, you know, this MZO. And I just don't want anyone else to obfuscate that fact. Like this is nothing for me. This is solely the environment and just the impacts it'll have on my kid and my kid's future. So I thank you. I thank the mover and the seconder for putting this forward. And I believe a recorded vote was called. Mr. Clark.
Thank you. On the resolution before council, please state your position in favor or opposed. Mayor Collier.
In favor.
Councillor Bauer.
In favor.
Regional Councillor Crawford.
In favor.
Regional Councillor Dyes.
In favor.
Councillor Khan.
In favor.
Councillor Tyler Morin.
In favor.
Regional Councillor Lee.
In favor. So I believe that passes unanimously. I will now hand back the chair to Mayor Collier. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Good job. Before we move on to the next item, Councillor Khan, you had mentioned you just had some further questions, so we'll let you ask those before we move on to the next item. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor. So just for the record, I'm seeing that regional councillors have got more information than me. And from what I can see is that Ajax went into negotiations that failed. And now this is a way of blocking. This is how the optics is for me, where I'm sitting right now. This is our opportunity to block the development from happening. Please correct me whenever I go wrong here. And my next question is that if we had gotten what we asked for in the negotiations, if it would have been okay to pave these significant provincial wetlands. And this is where I'm sitting from. I need that explained to me and the rest of Ajax residents, please. And forgive my ignorance. Thank you.
I'll do my best to answer, and then CEO Baker and Director Romanowski can chime in and fill in the blanks if I miss anything. Your first was, you know, this whole council supported, first, for your first comment, yes, the regional councils had more information, and that's because I think we all sat through the 15-hour meeting at regional council about 2 weeks ago. So unless you sat through that 15-hour meeting or watched the video, you probably wouldn't have as much information. And I will take some of the responsibility for I probably should have arranged to have an info session probably sooner after that meeting. That's my fault. I thought that everybody was up to speed. We've been having fairly regular updates. I'd had a couple of special meetings called where we had dealt with these things. I think our meeting where we passed our resolution opposing the MZO, where we had a very lengthy in-depth discussion, was I think on the 23rd. So this was only a few days after. So that's my mistake. I thought councillors were up to speed on that. So I apologize for that. As to, are we having a tantrum because we didn't get our way, which is kind of the way I'm getting this. No, that's not the case, Councillor Khan. I have been all the way through this fully opposed to the commercial development on the provincially significant wetland. That was one of the 7 items that has not been addressed. That has been something from the start. I didn't really have a problem at all with I want to make sure that we had a proper funding agreement and timeline for the Notion Road overpass, first and foremost. I want to make sure that I didn't really have a problem with the studio lands and the zoning for the studio lands, not at all. I didn't really have a problem with the residential, the mixed use component that they were asking for, because it was on the existing lands. It would have still provided jobs. And I didn't really have that much of a problem with that. We had already talked about one of the other items was the legal fees that was offered to us by the developer to waive those. Those 5 items we had already established and we were done. But I have been consistent all the way through this in opposition of the MZO on the provincially significant wetlands. In reality, I mean, quite honestly, this council wanted to just pass the resolution opposing this development and not get into those discussions at all many months ago. But the ministers had requested that we go back and try and work things out. So we went back in good faith and tried for many months to work things out. 95% of our discussions were to do with the traffic issues that would come out of this, and getting those 5 things, being the peer report, the traffic monitoring, those types of things, put in this development agreement that ended up happening. Okay, so we absolutely did. And if we had been able to get all these things done, that would have been in return of supporting the MZO. I mean, I think at that point we would have probably had to have said, like, we knew we were probably going to lose this anyway. We knew the minister said back in June, July that they were going to approve this anyway. But we wanted to make sure that we were protected and the region was protected as far as the transportation things. As it turns out, they weren't. So not only we're no further ahead, in fact, we are substantially behind where we were in May 16th, I think. I think this came out May 17th. So just before the MZO request, we're considerably behind where we were then. So, but to the MZO on the wetlands, that's been something that we have been opposing all the way through. Would we have agreed to it if we had been able to come to agreement on all of our other things? I think we would have had to, because that was the only way we're going to be able to protect ourselves. But again, that protection would have been there. But in this case, there isn't the protection. There isn't anything. We are still going to get all the traffic and all the negatives. So now we're obviously just trying to block this being done because there is no protection in place. And since we've lost on the traffic issue side, now we're taking the environmental side. I hope that answers your questions. And if CAO Baker or Director Romanovsky wants to add, please feel free.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I totally agree with the comments made by the mayor. But I also, as I mentioned previously, we were, as the mayor mentioned, we were in discussions regarding our concerns about traffic. Traffic was number one for the residents in the area ward, and that's where our concerns were from a staff perspective. We knew that there was a provincially significant wetland there. We were told by the MMAH that it would be in 2 phases and there would be conditions. We didn't know what they were yet. And frankly, we really didn't, as I said, we really didn't understand the full significance of the impact on the provincial significant wetland until the TRCA's report on October 23rd. And by that time, we were out of the game. So, I fully support the mayor's comments, and I don't know that I don't know if Jeff has anything else to add.
Mr. Romanowski?
I have nothing else to add to the conversation, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not sure whose hand I saw first. Either I think it was Councillor Lee and then Councillor Crawford. And then Dies. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Councillor.
Chair. Ultimately, I don't know how I would have voted on this. That's the craziest part. We never got the final agreement because ultimately negotiations ended before a final agreement ever got to Ajax Council. I mean, the instruction we gave was keep negotiating, get a better deal. And this wasn't some sort of ploy to stall, but like the way I've always seen it, and I've been very consistent, I said it last meeting, was we were negotiating fine with Pickering before. Like we've been saying, there's a 2-year process. And I objected to the ministry, in a sense, instructing us to negotiate with this mindset that it's going to pass anyways. Then what are we negotiating at that point? If it's going to pass anyways, like we're now fighting for crumbs at a very rich man's table. And that was my fundamental core issue with this. And ultimately, I don't know how I would have voted because I never saw a final draft. But yeah, like we were put in a very unenviable situation of having to negotiate with this hanging over our head, with everyone constantly whispering to us, this is going to pass anyways. This is going to pass anyways. That to me shows that the ministry did not approach this objectively. And I'm not sure how much they wanted a resolution between both parties. I don't know. I'm not trying to insinuate otherwise, but if they truly wanted a fair, equitable agreement between the two parties, they never would have held this over our head. And that's where I find that incredibly objectionable. So that's just to Councillor Khan, just how I felt about this process. Thank you, Chair.
I do tend to agree with that comment entirely. Great analogy. Councillor Crawford.
I think from my point of view, I was incredibly disappointed at the way the region treated Ajax. I felt like going into regional council, this decision had already been made and established. I thought the region was there to represent all residents in Durham. I thought the region was neutral. I thought they were Switzerland. And very clearly in that meeting, even after 15 hours of listening, that was not evident. I felt that Ajax was very much let down by the outcome of that regional meeting.
Yep. It's definitely affected the relationship with lots of different agencies. Councillor Dice.
Thank you. Just a quick question through to Mr. Romanowski. There were some communications that went out that implied that this distribution center on the wetland would employ 10,000 people. I don't believe that's accurate. Can you give me an idea of approximately how many people might be employed in that facility?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dies. Well, I would say 10,000 is not the number. I would say 10,000 is probably the employment numbers or the number of jobs over the entire development that's being proposed there. A building of this size and would probably be in the neighborhood of 12 to 1,500 jobs, at least based off of our experience with these larger warehouses and being in the process of processing an application on the Salem Roslyn lands where the Amazon warehouse is going in the town of Ajax. That building is about 1.2 million square feet, and the employment numbers for that are 1,000, just over 1,000 jobs, I believe. So 10,000 is not reflective of just the employment. I would say that's a reflection of the overall development.
Thank you for the clarification.
Just to add to that, this Durham Live original, long before the MZO, was billed as being 10,000 jobs, all these benefits to the region. And all of a sudden, with the and I'll be very honest, I've said all the way through, this is about the casino and the casino only, and I'd be shocked if I saw anything else on that land other than the casino and the hotel. And it's looking like that's the way it's playing out. But now all of a sudden, it's imperative that this MZO gets approved for 1,650 residential high density units and up to 4 million square feet of commercial. And now they'll have 10,000 jobs. Well, I mean, I think they probably should have done their homework in the first place, because that original estimate appears to have been quite low, or just anyway. It's I don't know what to believe. It's a made up number, basically. That's all it is, a made up number, because there's no application on the lands anyway. They're asking for an MZO, but really there's nothing showing what's going to go there. So it's a made up number. Anything else on this before we move on? Councillor Crawford.
Sorry, one last rant.
Okay.
We've been accused of not being good neighbors. We've been accused of saying that we were going to be good neighbors in our election speeches, and now we've not been good neighbors. I never once came into this election. I wanted to be good neighbors. I wanted sincerely to be able to bury the hatchet, be a good neighbor to Pickering. I sincerely wanted that for Ajax. This was, the line was drawn in the sand, not by us. So I just wanted to get that on the record.
Like I said at the July 13th meeting at Queen's Park, where the Pickering side of the table got fairly upset with what I was saying, I laid out all of our traffic concerns and our issues with this site. And they're the same issues that we've been talking about for the last 3 years before this. And Deputy Mayor Ash actually seemed quite perturbed by that. And what I said to him at that meeting was, Kevin, I'm not talking anything different than what exactly we've been saying for the last 3 years. And I've been talking with his mayor and their planning staff for the year and a half before at the MZO, and we had not made 1 millimeter worth of progress on this site. In fact, we'd gone backwards because they held 2 committee of adjustment meetings, one last August 2019 and one in September 2019, where they changed the trip count and the parking without notifying us, which allowed them much more expansion. And then at the same time, they removed the H1 and the H2 holding provisions that we fought for a year and incurred $1 million worth of expenses on at the Ontario Municipal Board, fighting to get put in place. Pickering Council just lifted those H1 and H2 holds without the requirements being satisfied. So on July 13th, I said those things at Queen's Park in front of the ministers and everybody else, because we never asked for this MZO. All we asked for was recognition and some solutions to our existing traffic problems. And quite honestly, I ran on rebuilding relationships, and I thought we had actually come a long, long way. But I can tell you right now, this relationship is probably further back than when we started this term of council. And that's truly unfortunate, because I agree with you. This was a perfect time for us to kind of bury the hatchet and move forward and work together. And that's what we talked about. And that's what we were working to do. And if we weren't doing that, we wouldn't have spent the last 4.5, almost 5 months negotiating in good faith. We just would not. And, you know, even us kind of holding our noses and voting in favor of the development agreement on September 30th at Regional Council, by voting in favor, what we were saying, the wording in that agreement was we were supporting the MZO based on these conditions. That's what that resolution at the region was for. And then for Pickering to come back and remove us as a party to that agreement, and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing supporting them, and then the region of Durham supporting them, again, not only affected the relationship between us and Pickering, but now with us and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing Department, as well as the region of Durham and all our colleagues in the other 6 municipalities. This has had devastating effects all across the board. I'm really disappointed that certain people only listened to one party and didn't bother to get the other side of the story before forming their opinions. And I will do my best to correct that going forward, those other parties. But unfortunately, yeah, we wanted to be good neighbors, and that's why we've done what we have done. But unfortunately, it just hasn't worked out. That's my rant. Anything further? Nothing further. Good. Moving on, item 4, COVID-19 response funding, phase 2. I want to turn this over. I'm not sure who we have to speak to this, Mr. Baker, but this was something that was included in our MECG Friday updates on the 23rd and the 30th, I think, but not something we as the council really had discussed yet. And I wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to discuss and ask questions before this went forward. So we brought it to this meeting. So with that being said, Mr. Baker, who's going to be speaking to this from staff?
I believe, I'm looking actually. Do we have finance staff on?
No, Baker, it's Christy McClarty. I'd be happy to introduce the.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So through the chair, as you remember, in April of last year, council approved COVID relief funding for various community organizations. And we provided $25,000 worth of funding to, I believe, close to 8 organizations. Each of the organizations were relieved with the funding as it was an ability for them to introduce some programming that they wanted to for COVID relief. And now, as we enter into the holidays, we're hearing a lot from our community organizations. I know that Councillor Dyes requested that economic development check in with our community organizations at one council meeting. Our manager of economic development did do that and reported back that, you know, that he was hearing that there was limited funding, that many were having a difficult time finding supports and resources in order to implement their basically their holiday programming. So taking that into consideration and the consideration of how successful our first wave of funding was, plus the fact that we did mention there would be a second round, we thought that the opportunity presented itself to relook at providing another $25,000. I will mention that Impact has been on hold for on a pause during this process. I believe they were able to get their first phase of funding out for 2020, and there has been no other funding allotments in their second wave. So, I mean, there are community organizations that are looking to the town for support, and we believe that this will provide a happy holidays to some of the membership and the vulnerable communities that they support here in Ajax.
Thank you. And I'm sure you meant to say April of this year, not last year. Any questions from members of council to Christy? Oh, okay. Well, that was easy.
I just want to point out one other point, Chair, and that is that the funding will go to new organizations. The organizations that were supported at the beginning will not be able to apply for this funding.
Right, and that's a good good thing to point out. I'll just point out that the impact funding is from our slots revenues at Ajax Downs, which we did receive for the first quarter. And these were monies that were already funded that we have not spent, and they were monies earmarked to go out into the community to support community projects. So I think it is important to have this second phase. I know I've said we're going to have a very tough budget process, but this will not have any effect on that budget process for next year. But I think it will have enormous benefit to those in our community that are doing outreach programs to assist those really being affected through COVID and their suffering. So thank you for that. Do we need any action item on this, Christy, or is this just an update for council?
It was an update to council, but if there's any questions or concerns, please let me know.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our items on the agenda for tonight. I need a mover and a seconder for the confirming bylaw, please. Moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Bauer. The bylaw number 44-2020 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ajax at its special meeting held on November 9, 2020 be read a first, second, third time and passed. Any questions on the bylaw? Being none, those in favor? I see all hands. That's not opposed. That's carried. And for the adjournment, moved by Councillor Khan, seconded by Councillor Crawford. That the November 9th, 2020 special meeting of the Council of the Town of Ajax be adjourned. Those in favor? I see all hands, none opposed. That's carried. Thank you very much, everybody.